I got some pretty sweet carrots as well, and iced tea, homemade iced tea.
And we're live.
And now we're live, I think. Absolutely. So we're about welcome everybody to the Make or Miss live podcast edition featuring Dean Demakis and Seth Partnow. Hey guys.
Hey, what's going on, Rob?
Not a whole lot.
How's it going, fellas? USA #1. Oh wait, different sport.
So I have the all right. It looks like 6 people are already watching. That's great. I have the actual YouTube feed on pause. I just want to let all our audience know we're on about roughly a 20-second delay. So what we plan on doing is, if you guys intend on watching the ESPN coverage, by all means do so. Of course, I'd like to thank Dean, Seth, and I have more valuable contributions. But having said that, when the commissioner starts walking to the podium, the 3 of us are going to be silent. That way, if you guys do want to, listen to the announcement and so forth, you'll be able to do that. Or, of course, you could spoil yourself on Twitter, which probably will break the pick before it actually happens. But and of course, we can always call an audible. Feel free as well to live tweet at us. We'll be thrilled to answer any and all questions. Our Twitter handles are @PPP Basketball. I hope I said enough P's. Steph is @Where Offense Happens. And
with very few vowels.
With very few vowels, absolutely. And hopefully y'all can figure that out, basically. And Dean is @Dean on Draft with all the vowels. So yeah, guys, seriously, this is the most excited I've been. Obviously the finals, of course, but I love the NBA draft.
It's especially this year. It's exciting because it's not like last year where it's well, who's going to screw up the worst? Because even though you couldn't really screw up last year, because what could you have done right, as we kind of saw with all the rookies being not so great last year. So, but this year it's definitely, there's a lot of guys who we think can make an impact.
Yeah, and I'd also add another big difference this year, especially for me, is I feel like everybody just has more information. Like there are so many more people modeling the draft and looking for statistical trends that I feel like we're just gradually progressing towards, taking advantage of all the data we have to get like a sharper projection of the players. So that's what I'm really excited for.
Yeah. Just a note on that. I'm wondering if maybe we're getting a little ahead of ourselves in terms of we're actually, and Dean, you can speak to this maybe a little also, is maybe we're even, especially with the one and done phenomenon and the guys who are getting still drafted on raw potential, like whether it's Wiggins or a Levine, if we're obscuring a little bit of context. Even though I kind of tend to agree with the models that have Levine not doing anything, I just don't want to engage in confirmation bias. You know what I'm saying? And there's plenty of reasons why Wiggins had a disappointing statistical season. There's plenty of reasons to think that undervalues his true NBA potential and ability. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely. And there's just so much information, and no matter how good your model is, nobody's going to process it perfectly. And that's what makes the draft awesome. And that's why everybody always wants to make their own rankings, because they want to be the person who can process it perfectly.
And and just to finish up on that, like a friend of mine, a co-writer of mine at the now late departed Hickory High, Jacob Frankel, one of his models, he basically was in his model of only kind of college picks, he could predict 40% of NBA production from his model, whereas actual draft order was in like was in around 30%. So it's not like there's still, obviously, if you're predicting 40% of production, it's still much more that we don't know than we do know going in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but still, nevertheless, to give a Breaking Bad analogy, nobody's cooking any blue sky method as of right now. This like 99% pure.
Right.
So that's why it's so much fun. So who do you guys?
One prediction I want to make. I just want to get this out there. We're 2 minutes from the draft officially starting. I have a feeling. I already told Dean one of my crazy ideas, which is that I think Tyler Ennis is going to somehow end up on the Miami Heat. Just call it a hunch. But I actually think that the online there's so many mocks, so many different models, and this is such a strange draft. It's not really consensus based. A lot of injuries, a lot of twists. I think that the online community is going to get this one very wrong as far as not necessarily as far as projections, but as far as what people think teams will actually do. So I think we're going to strap ourselves into a crazy night of drafting, basically.
Oh yeah, I think anything's possible, and I just can't wait to see what other teams think. I'm just really excited for that.
Yeah. You have any crazy or perhaps even normal predictions, Seth?
Um, I think Joel Embiid doesn't make it past 3. That's what I think. I think if unless Philly trades down from the third, unless Philly trades out of the 3 spot, I think that they're taking Embiid at 3. That's unless he goes 1 or 2 to somebody else. That's just I would not, having talked to some folks. I have no doubt at all that Hinkie is fully prepared to run it back, suck again, and add basically, with Noel coming back and Embiid coming back next year, and probably drafting Saric or something like that, who's not going to come over for a couple of years. All of a sudden, in 2016, he basically is adding 6 lottery picks at once. So I like that's my bold prediction.
Man, I don't know. I actually I've heard from the Chris Broussard quote sources. I have a feeling that he might mirror a Nerlens Noel. I think he has a chance of falling out of the top 5, as crazy as that may be.
Yeah, well, the thing is that if Philly doesn't take him, Orlando and Utah don't even have his medical info. So
I mean that whole business is crazy, right?
Yeah.
They're selling it off to different bidders. I can't believe that.
Someone on Twitter today, someone has made the point that sounds kind of like an Onion headline. That's they're trying to black market his medical records or something, which is crazy. And I think that's entirely his agent not wanting him to go to Orlando, or his agent wanting him to go to Boston or LA, right?
Well,
And
a bigger market makes sense, but also,
Yeah.
I mean, if I am a guy with questionable health, and again, I'm just saying this as far as based on guaranteed money straight away, locked up and whatnot, I would try to angle for as high as possible, only because that's the most that's the most amount of money. I mean, look at a Greg Oden type situation,
yeah, definitely. And I don't understand why they don't value money more, but especially if you don't get picked, 6th or 7th, you might get 8th in Sacramento and cost
Right.
yourself a ton of money and still not be in a better city.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. It's like you're costing yourself. I mean, aside from where you want to be, I mean clearly as far as quality of life or living conditions, they matter. But again, guaranteed money for people with serious injury or health issues is massive. I mean, a good example is Isaiah Austin, who is no longer obviously going to play basketball. It's a pretty sad case, but had this happened a month later, the difference between him getting like 29th overall versus 33rd overall, that's the difference between $2 million and nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's obviously assuming he, signed the scale
In the
contract.
first round.
Yeah, because they don't. I mean, they can. That's the contract amount you get. It's not an automatic contract, though. Does that make sense?
I thought all first rounders were guaranteed. I was just saying that again. I thought they had very little flexibility within as far as how much they're making.
I mean, I need to research this some more. I think there's like a range that they can make.
Yeah, it's 80% and 120%. The
Yeah.
big deal here was a few years ago the Memphis Grizzlies kind of cheapened out. Oh, we got Silver at the
Kamish.
podium. The Kamish.
All right, one of yours volume is up a little high.
Yeah, Dean, you might want to turn that down.
Yeah, could you turn the volume down a little?
There we go. I don't know what to do with myself with Adam Silver being on the podium this early. This is usually like 3 hours from now, right?
Yeah.
This is, Stern getting booed at this point still.
So Adam Silver's giving his introduction, whatnot. We understand that we're going to. For those that have just joined us on our live pod, welcome. It seems we're gaining listeners, which is wonderful. We're going to generally, whenever the commissioner walks to the podium, we're going to be silent to give our audience a chance to listen to the selection on their TV. He's just doing his typical introduction. Normally, for whatever reason, teams with the number one overall pick, they wait the full minutes, which is excruciating for me. I want them to just get started. But generally, we'll be respectful of Mr. Silver.
Yeah. Our friendly neighborhood Laker friend of ours tweets, do we think LeBron will come to the stage and announce he's going to the Lakers as they draft Marcus Smart? No, I do not think that will happen. I don't think any part of that will happen. You're welcome and drive through.
So someone also asked us if any of our knees are up for sale, or at least, to be borrowed. I don't even think that's possible.
Yeah. And and I my knees are old and creaky, so you don't want those.
Well, I'm not exactly in the business of trading body parts, so I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
So who do you guys take between Parker and Wiggins?
For Cleveland, Wiggins.
Rob? Were you going to add something, Seth?
No, I think the reasons are obvious. He's a guy whose value is less in what he does with the ball and more, off the ball and certainly defensively, which is a bigger need for a team that already has Irving and Waiters, right? And and they're in a situation where they kind of have to, not have to, but they kind of really want to do something that is going to be on court and useful, rather than just stockpiling hypothetical value. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that pretty much sums up, my feelings on it. And, just in general, I think Wiggins just has a clearer path to usefulness than Parker, since, Parker really needs to tone down the not passing and always shooting.
So, Rob, what do you think about who Cleveland should take?
I mean, this whole business is crazy. Different throughout the leading up to the draft, there have been all these potential deals as far as Philadelphia being leaked is trying really hard to get it. I don't really believe that. I don't know. If I were them, I would have traded down at this point. I don't think there's a consensus number one, especially for their team. And whenever you can eke out additional assets from teams that for whatever reason want to trade up, that's what I would have done. I don't believe there's a number one overall pick in this draft, if you know what I mean.
Well, certainly not after the Embiid injury.
Well, not after of course. I mean, yeah. Now that they had that information and whatnot. And the truth is, they have a lot of holes. They need talent in general. Trading down from the one wouldn't really be that big of a big of a mistake.
Though, I mean, if you like what you see from Wiggins, and certainly, I think a lot of people have pointed out that his potential to be kind of a really, pretty special defensive wing player. And give him some time to develop. One thing we know from one of the things that was criticized about him at Kansas was how non-aggressive he was on offense. Well, if he doesn't have NBA level skills quite yet there, that's not necessarily a downside right away. You know what I mean?
I'll put it like this, Seth. I think Wiggins is not going to be a top 3 pick tonight.
Wait, you think he's going to actually not be picked in the top 3?
Yeah,
Cleveland and Milwaukee and Philadelphia are all passing on him.
I think what I imagine happening is the top 3 of Randall. Not Randall. Sorry. Well, what am I talking about? What am I talking about? Jabari Parker. Sorry. Huge difference there. Tongue-tied. Jabari going. I think Exum is going, and even though I have a suspicion that Embiid's going to fall out of the top 5, the one team that could take him would be Philadelphia. I don't think he's going 4 or 5, that kind of thing. The next stop would be Boston at 6. So I think there's a reasonable chance that Smart could jump up. I'm just hopefully that doesn't just sound ludicrous or wild speculation, but I've just been hearing some things.
I mean, so you're just saying anything's possible.
Yeah, I mean this draft is going to be wild because again, we should expect the unexpected tonight. I really don't think it's going to go anywhere close to chalk. But who knows? Maybe the gun will explode in my face, so to speak, and I'll look like a fool for saying what everybody's been saying, how it's a 3-player draft, and then if potentially 2 of those 3 players don't even go in the top 3, that would be pretty massive.
Well, I think it's kind of morphed into more of as Exum seems to have really kind of separated himself from the second pack, and now after the Embiid injury, he's sort of kind of bled into the top the top 3 or 4 discussion, and he's such a mystery box that if you squint your eyes right and you decide to fill in all the blanks at like this is the 90, he's going to be at about the 90th percentile of what this blank could be, then all of a sudden he looks pretty special. And I'm skeptical, but then again I have far less information about him than the teams making the selection, so I would be surprised but not shocked to see him jump up a little.
Yeah. By the way, it's 10 seconds to the pick, by the way.
Yeah, we've got the commissioner should be walking up to the podium. Perhaps they'll pull the Minnesota Vikings and roll to number 2.
Well, you get the same guy and you just pay him less.
Yeah, exactly. But he still hasn't walked up to the podium yet, so I guess we're still filling airtime in that case. I actually the other thing, and Dean's mock reflects this. I think the internationals are going to get a bigger boost than perhaps what ESPN and Draft Express possibly have been filling. I expect this to be a very international-heavy first round.
Yeah, I still think the internationals are going to get underdrafted, but that's one of the most things
underdrafted relative to where you have them, and I'm with you as far as their overall value, but I'm saying overdrafted relative to where they stand right now and kind of the popular masses or consensus.
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't see how Capella slides into the late 20s. Or,
yeah, I don't see that at all. That seems crazy to me.
Yeah, me too.
Our buddy Chris Larson, it says Rob is making a fool of himself on the podcast and we can't save him.
Well, yeah, so I got tongue-tied with Randall and Jabari Parker.
No, I don't think that's what he was talking about. I think, stranger things have happened. I mean, Anthony Bennett went number 1 last year, so,
Well, basically, we've been informed that apparently the top 2 are already lock, stock, and 2 smoke barrels. I don't think that until it actually happens, but we shall see.
So okay. How long does it take him to walk to the podium?
Yeah, I mean, you would think that it starts at 7:30. They get their 5-minute countdown. It's already 7:40, but
the clock ran out a couple minutes ago. But all
right, here we go, guys. All right. So far in predictions, it's 0 of 1 for me.
Yeah.
I will have a chance to redeem myself, fellas.
I mean, I think this is the smart pick for them.
No.
You don't think it's the smart pick for them?
I don't think it's the smart pick unless they're trading down. But I think it's better than picking Jabari Parker, so I'll give them credit for that.
Well, you still would have. I mean, you still maintain the Embiid pick as number 1, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't have his medical reports, but I mean, if we see like Philly take Embiid number 3, that means he probably should have gotten number 1. Just Philly has his medical reports.
Cleveland. I mean, this stuff. It doesn't matter, but it does. Cleveland can't take a guy who's not going to give them anything next year. Who's not.
They can. They just won't. There's a difference.
I mean, realistically, I understand what you're saying, but these things that are they're kind of fake and tangential, but they're still, you do have to worry about like fan base and if you've got free agents coming up, you gotta worry about whether you can keep them and stuff like that. And if you draft for the second straight year a guy who literally can't be on the floor, then the guy that's kind of the thing that makes, for example, star players decide they want to go take their talents to South Beach.
So I've got a question for you guys. Wiggins, I mean, if you looked at the projected lineup, clearly Kyrie at the 1. Are they planning on bringing Wiggins off the bench to start, or are they going to move Deion Fatters as the 6th man? Like, or are they going to go with a 3 small lineup?
I think they play Wiggins at the 3. Are you assuming they're re-signing Deng? I don't know if
Nah,
Deng's.
I don't know if they're re-signing Deng. I mean, Deng had every indication that he's leaving, but he also lost a lot of market value. It's pretty much just who's going to pay for him, right?
yeah.
Yeah, well, now that they have Wiggins, I feel like they're less likely to pay up to keep Deng because they're just going to want to have Wiggins get the regular
Yeah.
small forward minutes.
No, I mean, I mean, Wiggins is certainly big enough to play the three. I think.
Well, he's slender. He's
Yeah, but he's
very, you know.
But
he's weak.
how many post up threes are there in the league though? You know.
Yeah,
By the way,
I mean,
so-
he is. Yeah, if he was stronger, he could play power forward. So I think he could definitely go to three. But anyway,
The
go ahead.
obvious statement needs to be said, which is Canada back to back. So we get I mean I don't wish Anthony Bennett's rookie year on Andrew Wiggins at all, but it's shaping up to be another lull Canada.
Yeah, well, I mean, Wiggins will hopefully post at least like a 12 PER or something that's not like completely embarrassing.
And wow, the flower on his suit. I didn't even notice that when I saw the pictures of the suit earlier today. That's
Yeah.
pretty special.
Before we started the live pod, Seth, Dean and I were doing a little practice run, and we just were talking a bit about the wardrobes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe Wiggins took such a big risk. He doesn't strike me as a risk taker. Like, I think he looks terrible, but I admire the fact that he had enough balls to wear that.
Well, the only thing more outlandish are the purple pants of who's wearing the purple pants?
Adrian Payne.
No,
Yeah.
let it
Yeah.
be a surprise to me. I haven't seen.
Oh, you haven't
the
seen any of this
pictures.
yet?
I saw the picture of Wiggins earlier, and it delivers definitely. So I.
All right. Well,
yeah.
I'll leave the rest of the wardrobes. The only thing is, it seems like Exum is dressed very conservatively.
Yeah, but we won't wardrobe spoil. We'll wait for people to get drafted so we can evaluate.
Actually, the other one I saw was Stauskas, and he was dressed like the guy who sold me the engagement ring I bought for my wife. So he's, he looks like a jeweler, which I guess is okay.
I'm not sure where you're going with that, buddy.
No, I'm not going anywhere with that.
It's just like a neutral comment. He looks like a jeweler.
Yeah.
So do you guys think Milwaukee's taking Parker, or are they going to be ballers and take Exum here?
I think Parker's going here.
Yeah, they probably.
The question is, what does Philly do if Milwaukee does take Exum?
Well, again, I'm going to stick to my prediction number one, which is that if they don't take Embiid, he's going to slip pretty far. So it's Embiid or bust there. I could see them taking Exum.
Yeah, I mean, Exum and Giannis and with John Henson and Larry Sanders still. I mean, that's a team with all the length. So.
Oh, you're saying the Bucks taking Exum?
Yeah.
I thought you meant assuming that they take Randall. Or wow, I did it again.
Sorry,
Sorry.
no, I was talking about the Bucks. I mean, it sounds like the Bucks are going to take Parker, but I think they could still surprise. There's like a 10% chance, probably at least they take Exum.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how much of a point guard they think Brandon Knight is, to some degree.
Well, they can play them together because
exactly.
Exum can guard shooting guards, and Brandon Knight's more of a combo guard anyway.
Yeah. No, I think that's. I mean, you can see how it would make sense to take Exum here if you liked him that much. The part about Parker, who I've kind of liked all year, that has me concerned, is that he's been training hard for the draft, and he's supposedly at like 255, which seems big. Oh, here comes Adam. So.
All right, fellas.
Are we behind?
Yeah, so there we go, Parker. All right, so slight redemption. I'm now one of two. Yes. Will you give me that one, guys?
I mean, I think we all kind of thought that's.
I know, but I didn't want to. I thought of the top three guys, he was the one guy that was definitely a lock to go top three. Is what I meant, I guess.
Yeah, I'm impressed by your foresight on that one, Rob.
I need all the points I can get after whipping on saying Wiggins is gonna fall really hard.
After you've called out Randall at every pick, so I think you're obviously very high on Randall, on Julius Randall.
The one thing that I was gonna try to avoid with you two was a bash fest of Randall. So I don't know why it's plugged in my mind.
Oh well, it's gonna happen inevitably, but we'll wait until his moment comes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think last time we did our last pre-draft pod, I think I indicated that my stance on Randall had softened a little bit. I was more impressed by his kind of Well, anyway, we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah, we'll
Let's
cross
talk
that
about
bridge when
Parker.
we come to it. So
Yeah.
my question to both of you guys is, the Bucks, as far as they just need talent. I'm surprised they're so cocky riding with Brandon Knight or whatnot. But how do you envision their starting five next year?
Uh, Parker, Giannis, and Larry Sanders in the front court, and then I guess Knight and Walters, or I guess OJ Mayo probably, Knight and Mayo. So Knight, Mayo, Giannis, Parker at the 4, and then Larry Sanders, unless they're going to trade Sanders, and then they can start Zaza Pachulia or whoever.
So you don't think they're going to do something like on the wing, have Giannis and Parker?
I think they'll play some of those lineups on occasion, especially if you want to get Henson on the court. But yeah, I think I'm thinking that first that Jabari's more his niche is a stretch 4, and I think that's probably that's how I would use him if I were the
Yeah,
Bucks.
and that's and especially with a Knight Walters backcourt, like that's you can probably Parker doesn't seem to project to be a good defender at the NBA level at either 3 or 4, but that's with Giannis and Sanders and Walters, those are 3 pretty good defenders. So you're kind of getting a little bit of that back. And then you got some shot creation skills. So it makes some sense.
I don't know. The comparison that's been rolling around a lot, especially directly with the Bucks, is Glenn Big Dog Robinson.
That's what I think.
That
I
seems
agree.
pretty reasonable, right? Yeah.
That seems like his perfect median outcome to me.
I mean, Glenn Robinson was a not terrible player.
Wasn't he just like a black hole who didn't play defense? That was at least how I remember him.
So, by the way, guys, I was tweeted, as apparently we're now catching up as far as Bucks fans listening in, that we completely omitted mentioning Chris Middleton, who definitely usurped OJ Mayo's spot. So, sorry about that.
No, that's a good call. He's and I think it's the reminder because he's a guy who I kind of liked during the season. Although I don't think that a Nate Middleton or Nate Giannis backcourt has enough ball handling. But then again, if you're playing Parker at the 4, he does have kind of, it's not a perfect comparison, but he does kind of have some of that Boris Diaw kind of ball handling and offense creation skills from the 4 spot if you're playing him there.
Well, it strikes me a lot of kind of the when you look at hybrid lineups and the Heat with their big small lineups, or I guess it would be small big, where they just use all the wings, especially when you had like the Mike Miller at the 2, as far as the height, and LeBron at the 4. Even if you downshifted with a Wade at the 1, you know what I'm saying? Like they didn't have any weakness to attack, but they also didn't only played one conventional big. In a lot of ways, I feel like the Bucks can do it, albeit a much poorer man's version.
Yes, but by the way, just a quick note. I think we're on a 45-second delay, is what I'm hearing. So, just to get on the same page with that. But I want to ask you guys, who do you think Philly should take? 'Cause to me, this is the most fascinating pick in the draft because I have 4 people who are possible superstars. I don't think all my top 4 are still on the board. They could go in any direction and it makes sense. So, what do you guys think is happening here?
What is happening, or what they should do? Which one are you asking?
Both.
If it's anyone other than Exum or Embiid, I'll be pretty surprised.
Yes, but the question it's like which of the 2 though, right? I kind of feel as though, man, I don't know. I can't weigh in on this one.
If it's Exum, then you kind of got to think that they're probably trading for kind of somewhere 7 or 8 or something like that, with Carter Williams going to like L.A. or Sacto, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean Carter.
You know what I
Williams,
mean? Like maybe.
Yeah. Carter Williams has to go somewhere if they draft Exum.
I mean, if either of them could shoot, that's an interesting backcourt. But if neither of them can shoot, then that's a lot of ball handling and a lot of missed long jumpers.
Yeah. I think also the interesting thing is if they take Embiid here, they might be targeting Nurkic or Capella at 10th overall, and then you kind of have to wonder, well, you have Embiid, Noel, and one of those guys.
Yeah.
So it might make more sense to go with Exum here if they can have a finding landing spot for Michael Carter Williams.
Yeah. No, but if they are going Embiid here, then I got to think that they're targeting Sarge at 10, right?
No,
No?
no way. I would be shocked if they took Sarge.
Really?
Sarge doesn't grade well statistically, or at least Kevin Pelton's work model didn't grade him well statistically. And for a guy who doesn't even have good tools, like I don't think that's the type of guy that Philly would take
Okay.
10th overall.
I mean, this is a big litmus test, more or less, of Sam Hinkie, right? I mean, if he really buys the stats and everything, the pick is Embiid.
Well, again, we don't know about
The medical.
The medical. Yeah.
All right, guys, he's at the podium. Yep, there we go. That's Hinkie. Bill Simmons is doing his nod. Embiid doesn't look very happy, though.
Well, maybe he's on a 45-second delay also. Oh, no, does not look happy at all.
Nope, does not look happy.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
baller move.
Wow.
though,
Man, Joel does not look happy about this. He's just like, whatever. Dude,
Wow.
Joel's nonplussed.
Not that's a good way of putting it. By the way, we got a I missed this comment. It's not directly related to the draft, but I guess someone
I
wants
saw.
to know. Oh, you saw. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
we'll deal with those questions later.
who the best fantasy basketball players between the three of us, and of course you think it's you, and that's silly. Because-
No, we also got a comment asking us about Kobe, which is funny because it's an NBA draft and it's not even the Lakers, and people are asking about Kobe. So we'll talk about Kobe when the Lakers come around, I suppose.
Kobe is just the best. That's all I have to say.
have fun paying him $47 million over the next 2 years.
Yeah. So, so this has gone pretty much how you would expect to start.
Yeah.
So far, it has. I mean,
Yeah.
if Embiid if Embiid slept here, I expected him to go all the way to 6. But
Yeah.
you know,
So
now it's chalk.
what does Orlando do? Like
Marcus Smart. They go Marcus Smart. They've loved him.
think?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm one of the guys in the top 10 I'm most out on is Vonleh. So that's
I don't
to
think
add-
they're taking Vonleh.
yeah, I know. To add to their collection of what do we do with these guys power forwards?
Yeah, exactly. I think that they have to take Exum or Smart, but probably they might take Exum here. I think I would have to think Exum's the favorite.
Exum Oladipo backcourt isn't the worst thing ever. Isn't the worst look ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Exum kind of gives you the guy to run the offense and lets Oladipo play off the ball. Or you could go with Smart and Oladipo and just double down on defense and just have, possibly like a Tony Allen, Mike Conley level defensive backcourt between the two of them.
I don't know. It's tough to say because again, know so little about Exum. But what do you think? I mean, in terms of upside between Exum and Smart, it's got to be Exum, right?
I don't know. I'm really high on Smart.
I think Exum has more offensive upside, but Smart's defense is a lot better. Intuitively, I think you got to go for a guard. You have to err on the side of offensive upside, just because it's so much harder for a guard to make a huge impact defensively.
And do you really want to lock yourself into two combo guards? I guess they're not really locked in, but I mean that's their backcourt is two kind of Smart's probably like a 1.25 and Oladipo's a 1.75. So between the two of them, you got a point in the shooting guard. Is that ideal? I don't know. I think I would. I think I would rather have the just all of the things being equal, kind of the more pure point guard. Especially, since they don't have a lot of kind of creation elsewhere on their roster, especially now that Aflalo is on his way. So, I mean, is there any chance that they go crazy here and take Aaron Gordon?
I mean, there's always the possibility. Again, my money's on Marcus Smart. Hopefully, I get this prediction right. That's who they were targeting for pretty much anyone leading up to the draft. 6 months ago, that kind of thing. They were enamored with him. He checked in really well. No other sign really should have him fall out. Exum is definitely the mystery pick, but they think that it can work with Oladipo. I don't know.
I mean, again,
The funny thing is, I see Smart as a 1 and Oladipo as a 2, so I don't really see the problem, even though I understand what you're saying, with the 1.25, 1.75.
Yeah, I think that's kind of how I see it, is 1.25, 1.75. I like that. I like putting it that way.
They traded away. Here's what I think. By the way, something that we could weigh in on is the Aaron Aflalo trade. They swapped him for Evan Fournier. I think they did that specifically in mind of taking a 2 or a 1 and shifting Oladipo to the 2.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because ESPN is just punching Philly fans in the face right now. Both Philly and Portland fans in the face by Joel Embiid and Greg Oden side by side. Just, don't worry. If this won't happen, this might happen.
Guys, the Orlando pick is in.
Oh.
Who is it? What? I hate this graphic.
Here we go. He's coming to the podium.
Oh my god. Alright, well the pick is in. Oh dude, look at the NBA future. 31% is the starter, 31% is the boss, 27% is the all-star. I think more people think starter than all-star.
Wow.
Yeah, well, that's our first shock, huh?
Well,
Oh boy, wow.
I asked what the chances of them going crazy with someone like Gordon is. I'm surprised because, the reason we didn't really love the Vonleh idea is, the collection of what are they power forwards? Well, that's kind of another one. He's kind of is he a 3? Is he a 4? Kind of another.
He's another Mo Harkless, right?
I think that's a little unkind to him.
No, it is. It isn't kind to him. I'm not low on Gordon. I'm just saying, 3-4 where Harkless can't figure it out.
Yeah.
And people can't figure out with Gordon either.
But I'm not. I don't think this is necessarily too high for Aaron Gordon. He's one of the guys in the top 10 who I was more in on. If Vonleh was the guy I was most out on, Gordon was one of the guys I was more in on, just because I think that he's a defender right away, and then has a bunch of other stuff that he can progress to at least competence on offense, and then you've got a pretty solid player there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just surprised they didn't take Exum or Smart, because they're a team that really those guys made sense for.
Yeah.
So now Exum's sliding a little. So how far is Exum going to slide? Because Utah, I don't know if Utah wants to pair him with Burke. They should take him anyway, because Trey Burke can hit the bricks if Dante Exum pairs out.
Well, here's the thing. Both Smart and Exum are on board, and I'm not sure if they're going to take either one of those, which means who would they take, right?
I want to get back to Orlando a little bit. They're part of the Aflalo trade was it cleared up some cap space, so maybe they think that they can pick up a point guard from somebody, basically for free by taking on a contract or something, or they go after someone like an Isaiah Thomas or something like that.
Do you really think Isaiah Thomas is gonna not re-sign with the Kings?
What do we know about what the Kings are doing? The Kings are one of the teams that's rumored to be trading their pick for Carter Williams. So,
Yeah, I suppose. This is. I'll put it this way. This is clearly the first shock of the draft. I'm speechless as far as Gordon going here. I don't hate it. I'm just
surprised.
Shocked.
Yeah.
I'm just shocked. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not too shocked because, he's athletic, analytical models liked him. He gave great interviews. He probably destroyed workouts. To me, I was just expecting – I'm surprised Orlando didn't take Smart and Exum. But given that they didn't take one of those, Aaron Gordon is the guy who I would say, all right, well, that's the next pick that's not terrible.
Yeah.
If they had taken Vonleh or Randall, I would have been all right, what are you doing, Orlando? Come on, again.
So now, just as I just want to point out that the three of us are all Celtics fans. So
who are we hoping that they don't it doesn't get taken?
Well, no, I'd be okay with I kind of really hope for Exum right now, even though I've
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you? Go for it.
Yeah, for me, it's Exum or Smart, and I don't even know who we take if not one of those. I mean, we have to trade down, trade the pick. I mean, we have to take Exum or Love. But then what do we do with Rondo is the question.
Yeah, I mean, if they take Vonleh, I'm gonna be not happy.
Oh yeah,
Vonleh makes no sense. They already have Sullinger and Olynyk, who basically
they're not at the point where necessarily worrying about that kind of stuff matters as much as the fact that
it's duplication of skills when we have other clear needs on the roster. Is my point. And especially when you have either Exum or Smart, whichever falls. I mean, perhaps both. It's a time when we upgrade at the guard position. I don't know. I've been in favor of shipping Rondo out and redoing kind of the point position.
Yeah. So maybe we trade Rondo to Sacramento for the 8th
for
pick.
Thomas and the 8th. That's the thing that was rumored, which I think would be ridiculous, only because I love Isaiah Thomas. I think he's better than Rondo. I'm all in favor of that. But who knows what will happen, right?
Yeah. No, that would be so. Then I mean, pure fantasy GMing here. But then, you take Exum and back it up with who it. The problem is then who do you want at 8? I don't really love any of the options that are likely to be available there. That gives us, Randall, who even though I'm higher on than you guys, if you have Sullinger, you can't have Randall too, right?
I think you take Nurkic.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I take.
That's
Nurkic,
what I would take too.
Nurkic all the way. I don't care if it's a little soon. Just take Nurkic. He's perfectly fine.
I mean, it makes so much sense. You get your 1 and the 5, both internationals with tons of potential, a very young team. You leave it to Sully and Olynyk to figure out which one would complement Nurkic the best because they're both kind of the 4s that can be paired there because they can both shoot, and have that rim protector and big man. And you filter around an Exum, point team, and whatever else we can get kind of to filter out from our wings, whether it's keep Jeff Green for the moment. And as a Celtics fan, I'm fully on board with that.
Yeah, I'm just there's guys I don't want are Vonleh and McDermott. So
we're not taking McDermott. Come on.
Yeah, Ainge is never taking McDermott at that.
No, I'm not talking. Yeah, I'm not talking about 6. I was going down the hypothetical of the 8 still. But
anyway. I still don't think he would. Ainge recognizes the value of defense. Like in the only untoolsy picks he's drafted, Olynyk and Sullinger. They had really 2 good college stats to ignore. McDermott's stats aren't on their level, so I don't think he'd pull the trigger on McDermott.
So, fellas, it appears that the Utah pick is in. So, at any point now, the comments will be walking over. So, real quick, prediction for this pick, Seth.
I think they take. Maybe it's.
Quick, he's walking to the podium.
Yeah. I think Smart.
Okay.
Smart.
Dean?
Smart.
Smart for me too. All right, let's say all of us on Smart.
Is it Smarkus?
I'm not gonna have been spoiled.
Whoa! Whoa! He refused to work out for them as well. He claimed before the draft that he did not want to play in Utah, that this was one of the teams, especially with Trey Burke already there, he wants to be the guy, and it's a terrible market for him. This is crazy bold of them.
Well, I'm happy for the Jazz. That's a huge risk. That's like the opposite of the Jabari pick, which I hated for them, and I love this pick for them. I'm glad they took this risk. Good for the Jazz.
Yeah, and the other thing we should remember is that the possibility of trades up here is still, since you got to figure that the Jazz would like Parker for obvious reasons. So is it impossible that there's kind of an Exum and something for Parker in place now that like the picks worked out that way?
Man, I mean,
that's a good question.
Yeah, that is actually.
I mean, that would make, but I mean, how would? I guess Milwaukee would be rolling the dice that if Exum gets sniped, they pick Marcus Smart instead. So that could be the case, and in that case.
It's the kind of thing that
they're the Bucks.
Well, I mean, it would be the kind of thing that we're fine keeping Parker, but if Exum is available at 5, then we'll do this. That's kind of that would be the way the deal would be set up. And then, of course, if Embiid had somehow been there at 5, then Utah says maybe not. maybe we'll go with the guy who, if everything works out, is the best player in this draft. So yeah, but I mean, you can't hate it. He was certainly I think he's certainly the best player available, even though.
I mean, I only hate it because I wanted the Celtics to
Yeah,
win.
exactly.
Yeah.
But now
so,
now we should get Marcus Smart, right?
we have to get Smart. I don't see
Have to.
who else we could
Yeah.
take. If we don't take Smart, I'll just be crushed.
I just have a pit in my stomach that we're taking. We're taking
Vonleh.
Marvin Williams 2.0.
Noah Vonleh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Noah Vonleh. Like I think I don't see us taking Dirk Nowitzki with. I think.
No, I don't think we will either. No. I think it's Marcus Smart now, which I'm okay with. I'm fine with it. I like Marcus Smart a lot. I would have been happier with Exum.
Yeah, because Woj was saying that Gordon was definitely going ahead of Randall and Vonleh, and I'm guessing he had that probably means that Ainge is not taking Randall or Vonleh number 6 because Woj is pretty plugged in with the Celtics, and I think you got to give Gordon a range of 4 to 6 on draft night. So I don't know. I'm just hoping it's Smart. Smart just is glowing the most. Smart is the one player when why I didn't mind taking this season because no matter what happens in the lottery, I feel like getting Marcus Smart at 6 in the worst case. It's just such a solid worst case. It makes it all worth it, and I just don't see any other pick that makes sense here.
Speaking of, Woj just tweeted that the Celtics are going to take Smart, so there we go.
Well, way to Twitter spoil us.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
you were just talking about Woj being plugged in, so
Yeah, I mean, Woj is obviously right. I'm psyched about that. That was what I was mostly hoping for. So,
I mean, I suppose this means that Avery Bradley's time may be limited because one nice thing is you could absolutely play Smart with Rondo.
well, I think Smart and Bradley are the perfect pairing because
I think that's a defensive nightmare.
It is, but I mean, but that means once Rondo's moved, I mean, until he gets the lion's share of playing time, right?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, you can just rotate all 3 of them. Just have a 3-guard rotation.
I mean, it's true. Coming off, Rondo's probably, at one ACL later is probably not someone you want to be riding 36 minutes a night. I mean, it's looking more and more like nobody is someone you want to be riding 36 minutes a night. But no, seriously. I mean, I think that's especially in a kind of a regular season situation. I think that's something smarter teams I think will be looking at more and more is it worth 2 wins to us to play whether it's play Paul George 33 minutes instead of 37 minutes a night, and I think that's probably something that we're going to learn more about. One of the things that's going to come out of like the Sport V tracking, and especially they're working with Catapult, like I think that's something we're going to be learning soon. So maybe a little bit more depth and not necessarily worrying, well, we already have this guy. Well, there's still, a ton of minutes to go around. It could be,
So the funny enough, Dean will get a kick out of this. The reports have been, aside from confirmation that Smart's going to the Celtics, that apparently Randall is going to the Lakers.
I mean, that's been
Wow, that is hilarious.
I know.
I mean, do we want to keep spoiling everything, by the way? Like,
I mean, no, that's been the strong rumor for a week is that Randall's going to the Lakers.
Okay, that's not a confirmed fact.
No, that's everyone who knows anything has said that Randall is going to the.
Ramona Shelburne, she's the LA ESPN person. She tweeted that it's in the books. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's not. I guess nothing really is until it actually is. But
not until Woj says it is.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta stay off Twitter because there's I've now had the reports of the next 3 picks and I want to be surprised. Dang it!
All right, fair enough. Well, I'm just
there
trying
you
to.
go. Here's Adam.
Yeah, so Smart. There we go. So
He's just such a fucking boss.
I know, right?
Oh, nice.
Celtics fans in the house.
Yeah. No, I was enjoying the line of. Calm down. Let's try to stay professional here, Dean.
Oh, sorry, I just took off my headphones for a second. What's that?
we just heard some celebration coming from you, and I was saying.
Oh, really?
I was saying. I guess stay professional.
I guess the muting the microphone doesn't work. I tried to do the mute on the Google Hangout, but I guess that didn't really work. All right, well, that's good to know now. Well, anyway, I'm obviously pleased, so you know.
Well, I mean, for your mock draft and everything, your big board, which I agree with. I mean, you had Smart as the kind of the last remaining with superstar potential, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. I just logged on to Twitter again, and there are conflicting reports about who's going to get taken at 8. So
let's just not spoil. I would say err on the side of not spoiling.
All right, that sounds good. We'll leave it as it is. So whether or not Randall gets taken next, we shall see. After that, we'll be spoiler free.
I would be very surprised if it was anyone other than Randall, just because that's been the
talk, right?
But I hear they wanted to take McDermott in for a second workout, and honestly, the only thing that can make me happier than the Lakers taking Randall is the Lakers taking McDermott.
So real quick then, I mean, we don't know what the fate of Rondo is going to be, but right now, is Smart coming off the bench, or is he going to play kind of take over Bradley's starting spot? What do you guys think?
I think he's coming off the bench. I think they're going to roll with Rondo and Bradley, but I mean I think Rondo getting traded is more likely than them starting the season with that backcourt.
Yeah, I mean I think they're just going to trade Rondo, and they can probably bring Smart off the bench to start, and then eventually he's going to get in the starting lineup somehow. But I just think it's time for Rondo to go. I don't think Rondo and Smart are the best pairing. I do think Rondo and Bradley are a great pairing.
So right now, Smart is getting interviewed about locking down LeBron.
So who would be a good pick for the Lakers to take here? Because we're just talking about all the bad picks they could make. I don't think they have an obviously good pick. I think it's too. I like Ennis, but it's too soon for Ennis. I think. I don't think they're going to take Nurkic. They're probably not going to take Nurkic or Capella.
Right.
Is it too soon for Peyton?
Peyton wouldn't be a bad pick. I mean, Peyton or Ennis, I would be fine with either of them. But the league is also so dense with point guards.
I mean, this is stuff that was listening to all week was basically saying that Peyton basically went toe to toe with Smart and couldn't pick between them in all the workouts and stuff. So
yeah, but then if you watch the video of Dante Exum versus Team USA, Exum just torched Peyton, and just like every time he matched up with Smart, he either got denied the ball or turned it over.
Fair enough.
And I think that kind of so I can see how Peyton would hold his own in workouts. But I mean, I think just watching that game, it just really illuminates how huge, the huge defensive gap between Smart and Peyton. And I think just getting to root for Marcus Smart for a while is a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
But still, this is a good time for Peyton. And I don't think Vonleh would be bad either. I think Vonleh's a fine pick if they want to sort of color inside the lines.
By the way, now that Smart's on board, the idea of Thomas and something for Rondo makes even more sense to me.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, add that little bit of that little bit of shooting.
I mean, the truth is that deal always appealed to me only because I'm super high on Thomas. I love his game. So that appealed to me regardless. But certainly now, at the minimum, I mean, the pairing of those two could be lethal.
Well, and then again, we're talking about like a 3-guard rotation of obviously Thomas is a weaker defender, but the 3-guard rotation of Bradley, Smart, Thomas, each of them playing.
All right, fellas, we got some more Adam Silver.
Lakers picking early.
All right, so apparently those reports were correct, and Randall has now gone. So Randall over Vonleh. I know that there were a lot of props as far as people who would go first as far as the power forward. Hopefully you didn't lose out on any money on that one, Dean.
Well, I had over 7 for a little money, which is a push. So I would have made a little extra money, but my biggest bet was on over 6.5. So I just didn't think. I just thought the Jazz, the Celtics, and the Magic were too smart to take him, and I was right on that. So, the
Hey.
Lakers didn't crush any dreams. I will happily watch that, Julius Randle in LA. I don't think the Lakers really have been making good decisions. They have the Kobe contract. Now they have this Randle pick. I don't think is a good pick at all.
Nope.
I think that, it doesn't matter how big of a market they are if they just keep making terrible decisions. They're basically the West Coast Knicks right at this point.
You are preaching to the choir in terms of organizational decision making mattering, more than obviously market size helps, but this is something that Rob and I talked about on the pod the other day, which hopefully I'll be able to post later today. But that being in a big market helps, but it's not enough to overcome incompetence.
Yep.
Yeah, and I agree. Go ahead.
Yeah, but get it specifically to Randall, I like him more than you did. I saw some good kind of ability out on the floor that maybe he wasn't allowed to show for most of his time at Kentucky, kind of in the tournament. And I'm not necessarily. I'm wary of overvaluing tournament production, but it was more just, he can do that. Okay, he can pressure a little bit up the floor. He can step out on the floor and make a play a little bit, and and I think this Randolph comparison is lazy, but maybe he's a little bit more of an out on the floor player, which he might need to be if he can't finish against length inside at the NBA level consistently.
Well, here's my spiel on Randall. This is why I don't know how good he can be. Is that of all the short point guard or the short power forwards, you can succeed by being athletic like Blake Griffin and always playing above the rim. You can succeed by being Zach Randolph and having really long arms. You can succeed by being Kevin Love or Jared Sullinger and being really smart and having a great feel for the game. Randall's none of the above. So, how many undersized power forwards have shortcomings in all three of those areas and still turn out to be really good? So that's my biggest question. He's strong, he has quick feet, he's going to be good rebounding, but to me he looks just completely like he just can't keep up with what's going on defensively on a mental level. Even though he has pretty quick feet, and he's not bad man-to-man defense, but he has the terrible steal and block rates. He has a terrible defensive eye test, and I think when you add all those up, it's he still has a lot of features you like. Statistical models don't hate him. But is there really enough on the positive column to outweigh all of those kind of circumstances? And for a lottery pick, I just don't see it.
So, by the way, guys, I've just been informed by ESPN and whatnot, because I don't know if Dean and I were talking about this. I don't know if you watched, Seth, the mini documentary about the Kings outsourcing, kind of crowdsourcing for their draft help. Did you see that Grantland piece of that?
I meant to watch it yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to. I didn't have
well worth watching. But we because on that mini documentary, they were apparently going to trade the pick. That was more or less what many people surmised. We have been informed that they are not trading the pick, and they are just keeping it for themselves.
Oh man, because it would be a nice sweat to be like, are they going to take Yusuf Nurkic, which means they're trading it, or Shabazz Napier, which means they're keeping it?
Shabazz Napier.
What? Not trading.
Yeah, one of their guys was preaching about Napier. I don't know if it was taken out of context or if they were talking about
I think
or a later one. I mean, it's crazy, really.
I think they were just showing that they had a wide variety of opinions among the crowd that they were sourcing from.
Now, and by the way, I like Shabazz Napier as someone to take on a flyer, but I mean, even mentioning him this
clearly not in the lottery is insane.
Yeah, that's
it's bold and aggressive.
Bold, yeah. I mean, he is the kind of player who is, you see with the success of kind of the Kemba Walkers and the Isaiah Thomas. He's a guy who, is more set up to succeed in the NBA under the modern kind of game and rule set than he would have been 5-10 years ago. But still, all right,
fellas, the Kings pick is in. Wow. This makes sense because Ben McLemore was pretty terrible, and they could add some extra passing, another perimeter player. They need that as far as spacing with Cousins and Gay. I think it's fine, right?
That seems really high.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I love Stauskas. I love watching him. I believe in him. I want him to succeed. I think he'll become something. The narrative that kind of is getting underplayed are just how bad his physical tools are, and just how he's just a lock to be bad defensively. And so he's going to be bad defensively. He has lead feet. He jumps pretty well, but he's not strong. He's not long. He has lead feet. He doesn't get any steals. He was one of the worst defenders in Michigan's really porous perimeter defense. So he has to be really good offensively, and he has the awesome skill level. The handles, the passing, and the shooting. But how much is he going to be able to accomplish with his skill level to outweigh his physical deficiencies and also affect him offensively? And I think he can be good offensively. But
I mean, if you look at the fit, though, I mean, they have a team not necessarily with black holes, but Big Cuz and Gay, they have a huge usage rate. They like their touches or whatnot, and if you look at Scouts' what he can bring to the table, especially relative to McLemore, is he actually he's a spot-on shooter that also he kind of the almost like a Hornacek, in the fact that he's the two guard, but he gets better looks for his teammates as well as spaces the floor. I mean, fit-wise, I like it for them. As far as pure value-wise, it might be a little bit high, but
Yeah,
I think it looks good.
Style-wise, I mean, it's unfortunately we're struggling to find kind of a cross-racial comparison, but I think that even like kind of Gordon Hayward, I don't think he's as good as Gordon Hayward, but that kind of that secondary offensive creation skill. He's a good pick and roll player, and with the Cousins, Isaiah Thomas does something on one side, you swing it to the other side, run a pick and roll with him and with Stauskas and Cousins. I mean, that's not a terrible offensive set you just run. You know what I mean?
Well, does this mean I'm going to ask both you guys, because Ben McLemore had a terrible rookie year. From my eyes, both guys are pure twos. They're not point guards. They really aren't big enough to play the three. Does this mean the team has completely soured on McLemore?
I mean, it can't bode well. But I mean, it's like a parlay. Like, where are the odds that both of them become superstars? Then you could try playing them together. Stauskas, McLemore might say Stauskas can run the offense. McLemore might be quick enough to guard point guards. I don't know if that's a reasonable hypothesis, but maybe they'll think it. So, I don't think it necessarily means the end of him. I think it just means that, they probably don't have McLemore slotted in as a future star or anything. It's just like, all right, well, maybe he could be a rotation player now.
Right.
And, yeah. And how much worse are they playing them together than, what they were playing at kind of the wing positions last year?
Oh, as soon as Gay came into town, he solved a lot of their minutes as far as plugging him in for 38 to 40 minutes at the three, especially because they didn't go small ball very often.
Yeah. Though I think that small ball probably fits their seems like it fits their talent a little bit better.
It fits their talent only again because they're so weak at power forward. I mean, for a lot of the fact that Vonleh slept, he actually would have been a nice fit next to Cousins as well, right? As far as a little extra spacer. But then again,
yeah.
is he really a difference maker there?
I mean, again, if you just don't think Vonleh's going to be good anytime soon, then okay, fit is fine, but he can't play. You know? I think this is kind of, I think you compare Stauskas to Vonleh, it's definitely like a tools versus can he play decision, Right. And obviously they went with the guy who is more ready to play than the guy who is, he's got all these things that maybe if he develops skills that are commensurate with, his hands and his length and his athleticism. But, I think that's one of the things that in the past that has gotten a lot of GMs in trouble. And that's no disrespect to him, but I guess I'm glad that Vonleh is slipping because it shows that the GMs are more concerned with ability to play basketball than ability to do well on combine tests.
Yeah, but if you look at like a VJL model, for example, he had Vonleh as a top 5 pick. Vonleh also produced stats. It's not like when you say can he play. I mean he wasn't terrible. By the way, we're coming back from commercial. It looks like the Bobcats or I guess they're now the Hornets are about to make their pick. So real similar. This is do we get a Dougie McD bomb, or what do you think, Seth?
I mean, if there's a spot where McDermott makes sense,
It's
this would
Charlotte.
be it.
I don't think it
Dean,
makes
what about
sense.
you?
Does
He go here?
I think it makes sense because the Hornets have a terrible front office. So yeah, probably.
I agree with both of you, but all right, they're about to make their pick. The question then is who do they take here? Is it McDermott only because they're incompetent, or what, Dean?
I think it's McDermott because Jordan loves white guys who get buckets. It seems, and it seems he's intent on not learning from his mistakes. But I don't know. Maybe they pick Vonleh, who I think would be a much better pick.
Oh, or maybe they pick Levine, who'd be the worst of all worlds pick.
Yeah.
So what's your vote, Seth?
I think they're going to go McDermott.
All right, here we go. Nope. All right, so they dodged a bullet here by having Vonleh slip.
Okay.
I think it makes sense. I mean, I like McBob, but he's not exactly long term, and Vonleh seems like a good pairing with Big Al, to me at least. I think that really works.
I think you're underselling. McBob was their best entry passer, which given how important Jefferson is to them, that's a big deal. He's probably their best passer, full stop. And so their offense was already kind of kludgy. So
Yeah, but I'm just saying
Yeah.
long term as far as McBob is a reasonable player, and I think they're re-signing him or what exactly is.
Yeah.
But when you look at Vonleh has slipped, he adds talent to a team that needs it, and
Yeah.
he fills a position, especially like backup bigs or whatnot that can play. I mean, there are other bigs they're using where like
wow, I never realized Adam Silver was that tall.
He's got a very long head.
Yeah, no, I mean I don't hate this at all. I mean,
No, I think it makes
yeah.
sense. They look. They didn't take Levine, although I don't really think they were going to. And they didn't take Dougie McDermott, which would have been terrible. It's a win for them.
Yeah, I mean, the only people who I've rated higher on my board are Nurkic and Capella, and I don't think they're going to go international. So
Right.
once you kind of just narrow it down to the NCAA players, Vonleh is that's a good pick here. It could have gone so much worse for the Hornets. If I'm a Hornets fan, I'm just I'm happy with this.
Yep.
Oh, and if you're the Hornets fan, you're the one.
Yeah. Easy joke is easy.
Yeah.
Well, fellas, so we're now in the position where it's back to Hinkie. It's back to the brain trust, super analytics or whatnot. They took Embiid. I don't think, even though I love Nurkic, I can't imagine they would take him with Nerlens and Embiid on roster, right?
I mean, do they take Levine, even though like the stat models don't love him? But
I don't
think so.
I think they might take Damian Inglis if they're going to throw a real curveball.
Okay.
They can't take Ennis or Peyton.
They can't take Ennis or Payton unless they plan on moving Michael Carter-Williams, right?
Yeah, I mean, they could maybe take like KJ McDaniels if they're high on him. I think they should trade down, to be honest. But if they can't trade down, go ahead, Seth.
I think KJ McDaniels. That's it seems early for him, but I think he's a guy that we agree on that we kind of like a lot. The guy who has that kind of how did this guy in 3 years? How did he slip to that spot? Potential seems like he's one of those guys, right?
Absolutely.
Especially given his his defensive ability and stuff. Am I wrong in that, Dean?
Yeah, no, I think that definitely makes sense. I like him. I think I don't think he's like great value here, but given that if you don't really think Nurkic or Capella fits, honestly, I would look at Nurkic and Capella anyway, just because both of their bigs are so injury prone. But if you don't want to go down that path and just really load up, I think KJ or Inglis, both of them. Or Inglis is ridiculous here because he's projected to go so much later. But KJ is I think is just kind of like he's a solid compromise.
Well, but if you think that Nurkic or Capella is the value here, then for what Philly is doing, the asset is what's important rather than anything that has to do with production. Because I mean, are either of those guys coming over next year either?
Well, I don't know, but the thing is that if they do, you can either draft and stash them, or if they do, Embiid's gonna miss most of the year. You just play them with Noel, then just kind of shuffle them. Just assume at least one of the three will always be hurt,
Yeah.
and then play
Right.
and then play the other two.
I mean, do you think Saric is just ridiculous here, though? Or
I
you
think
just think
so.
that you think that
I don't think
Hinkie
they're
isn't?
taking Starridge. I'd bet
Okay.
against it really heavily.
Yeah, I would be surprised just because if stat models don't like him and tools don't like him, like really the only thing like Kevin Pelton's work model had him as like the 20th pick. Maybe different models will value him differently, but his stats kind of look a little Evan Turner-ish to me. So which are they're like good both, but he can't shoot and there are a lot of turns. And also he doesn't have the best tools. So you have to really invest in the idea that his virtuoso passing ability is like going to set him apart.
You just if there was one comp you could have given me that would have just shut me down, it's Evan Turner. So all right, fair enough.
I'll say this, but JBLS has his big board, and it's one Dougie McD, and two Levine. I would bet very heavily against the Sixers taking either one of those guys.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
I could see them taking Levine because all right, he's going to be a project. We don't care because we're not going to be any good for 2 years anyway. I mean, so if you think that like with some seasoning he becomes good, then I can see how they talk because that's even though they would still have him on their roster, that's still a draft and stash almost. Except
He was just
giving him
so bad by every analytical model,
though.
I know. That's basically what I'm saying with that.
I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of how you would talk yourself into it, rather than what I think.
Well, I mean, a couple other guys, if they want to go wings, we love KJ, but a lot of other people may not. I mean, the other guys that have been reported around lottery, whether it's like a Gary Harris, for example,
Well, do you guys think they reach for Kyle Anderson here?
I would love to see them take Anderson. I don't think they will, though, because I think that they probably feel like they can get him later. No.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe not. They might take Anderson.
Yeah, and again, there's still. I mean, there hasn't been a single trade announced, so.
Kind of unusual, right? It's.
I think there's got to be some floating out there. And they haven't even made official the. Well, I guess they'll be made official after this.
Can't to the first.
Oh no! Wait, they can't do it yet anyway because they don't have the salary room. I was talking about the Pelicans Ashik trade.
Yeah, that one's gonna take place after the first, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, the pick is in, so we're just waiting on the commissioner here.
Well, I'll say this about Philly's pick is that so far in Hinkie's 4 draft picks, all of them have been the best player available according to DJL's EWP model, and right now Kyle Anderson's the best player available. So we'll see how much Hinkie weighs the scouting here.
So watch this space next year when Lane's models are no longer public because he's working for the 76ers.
Oh, I just thought Nerlens got traded. I was like, why would they trade Nerlens in the 10th pick with Drew Holiday? Pierre Jackson, what a terrible trade by Philly.
Okay, here's Adam.
Huh. Mind blown.
Wow.
Yeah. Isn't he just completely redundant with Michael Carter-Williams?
That's, yeah, wow.
Wow, Michael Carter-Williams is in attendance as well.
Yeah.
Talk about awkward.
Hi. Hello, Michael. I'm coming for your job.
Yeah, we're both big point guards that have trouble shooting.
Yeah.
Apparently they don't really prioritize that. I mean, I guess they just want raw talent. Alfred Payton was very high in, the VJL model as well. I know, Dean, you have him pretty high too, but I'm surprised.
Well, I think what the idea is that, they're going to be bad again next year. So you just play Payton and Carter-Williams together. They're going to be great together defensively. And then, you just, try to make it work offensively. And, if one of them kind of, isn't that good or emerges over the other, then trade the other, I
don't know. I don't think it's so easy to just, trade one right from the get-go. You know what I'm saying? Especially the worst. I don't know. I don't see them succeeding playing together. Shooting is very important. And
who cares?
Wing spot.
In terms of them succeeding playing together, you got to remember that they don't care, like at all, about how they play together for this year or possibly.
But I mean, going
year.
forward, I mean it's the reason why they should care is it depends how much they think of Michael Carter-Williams as far as an asset going forward. You know, like,
Yeah.
is he that guy long term? I mean, he won Rookie Year of the Year. It was also the worst rookie
Yeah.
class
No. I
possibly ever. You know.
I have to think that they're looking to trade Carter Williams. I mean, regardless of this pick, he kind of had to. I mean, if you're talking about asset management, that's like trading Carter Williams for top 10 pick in this draft is like turning the number 10 pick last year into a top 10 pick this year it would be a kind of a pretty stunning bit of arbitrage, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean,
So.
they already realized a lot of gains on Michael Carter Williams, though. And like, what are the odds that Alfred Payton's significantly better? I mean, I don't see how he's way. I guess Hinkie sees something. I'm interested to see how this pans out because I think Hinkie's pretty smart. And I like Payton. I have him 11th on my big board, and this is the 10th pick, so it's certainly it aligns with my perception of it's fine value, but I just don't really get like what's the upside when you already have Michael Carter Williams, who's already created such a high baseline of value. Does Payton really have that super upside where he might be way better than Carter Williams and you're trading Carter Williams from the
now, if I can interrupt, I mean, Carter Williams wasn't actually that good last year.
He wasn't. No.
Yeah, I mean, he put up, as a Carter Williams fantasy owner, I enjoyed his work, but that's that's on an awful team, somebody's going to put up shots and get rebounds and do stuff like that, and that's what he did. He didn't do anything particularly, aside from get steals, he didn't do anything particularly efficiently or well, but he's certainly an NBA player. I'm not saying he's like going to be a bust or anything like that, but you're talking about value. I mean, you're still talking about potential to develop, like as a shooter, as an ability to improve defensively, as an ability to limit his turnovers more. So there's still there's a lot of room between Michael Carter Williams and the actual good point guards in the NBA that it's not too hard to see a player fitting in there.
I want to interject two things real quick. The first is that Hinkie is, it's almost as though he's building a fantasy team, point guards and bigs, which I think is a little strange. And he's underemphasizing shooting. I mean, loading up on bigs. Who knows if he plans on playing them together or whatnot. Every study and everything that kind of we've learned collectively as far as analytics movement is shooting, off ball. There's a difference between individual creation and then also just kind of alleviating as far as opening up defenses. The way the Sixers are built right now, unless they believe that they can teach these guys to be good shooters, which is already a low baseline at the start, I'm not high on it. Again, they're going for star potential, and you're right, Carter Williams wasn't really that good, but I don't know. I'm a little bit I'm intrigued by how their season will play out.
But you're also answering a question they're just not asking yet.
But they should build with those questions in mind.
Well, no, I mean I think that they're like starting from zero. I mean, they don't even have plans for the house yet, so they're just like accumulating building materials.
Right.
So maybe at a certain point, all right. Well, I've got all this concrete. Let me trade this concrete to somebody who can actually drop some blueprints for my house. That's a terrible analogy, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, all right. Question. So the Denver Nuggets pick is just about to be in. I have not checked Twitter, so I don't know if it's been leaked or not. Dean, prediction for this pick?
Oh man, I can't predict the Nuggets. This could be Levine or McDermott for all I know. I feel like the Nuggets are going to pull Levine and McDermott out of here and just mess this up.
Seth, your thoughts?
I might have said Gary Harris if they hadn't just traded for Afflalo. Yeah. So I got nothing.
I mean, they have a lot of those 3-4s between Gallo, Chandler. I'm not sure that they really take a Dougie McD.
Do they go international here?
No, I think that they're going to go Levine. I think they're probably intrigued by upside. They can stash him while they have Afflalo. Anyway, Silver's about to pick.
Huh.
This draft delivers.
Yeah. I mean, I think we don't need to beat up on him anymore. I think we've all three of us are short Doug McDermott.
Yeah, and I had the Nuggets as I ranked the Nuggets like the 22nd best drafting team or something.
And I'm like, oh man, I should have just ranked them lower because I gave them the benefit of the doubt because they haven't been bad for that long. But when you give JJ Hickson a multi-year deal when you already have Kenneth Reed, like you just obviously don't subscribe to the laws of logic.
Yeah. And also, Mozgov is better than Hickson, and you don't play him anyway. Shout out to all the Nuggets fans, listening who are nodding their head furiously when I say, why doesn't Mozgov play more than Hickson? Because he should.
Look, there's a lot of problems with the Denver management. I mean, as soon as Masai walked away, boom, that was pretty massive. I mean, look, I guess I understand what they're thinking, that they need that number one scorer, maybe. That's what they're thinking. But you already have a team kind of built around Lawson. Look, I don't get it. I don't think he's a legitimate NBA player. That's the problem here.
Yeah, I mean, that's just bad value, I think.
I mean, again, and one of the most generous comps I've seen for him is, can he be like Al Harrington? Like that seems like a guy who can,
I don't think he can though. I understand the comparison, and that's like the upside.
Yeah.
And Harrington actually played with the Nuggets and whatnot, and had a pretty good, actually very long career. He was a high schooler taken, but I don't think so. I think the Adam Morrison makes sense. I mean, they're showing clips of Adam Morrison.
See, Adam Morrison, we don't really know what he would have become, just because he blew his knee out in preseason his second year, and then
but his rookie year was so bad.
I think you have an idea. It was not something very desirable. It might have been a rotation, and Dougie McDermott would be a rotation player too. But you in the lottery, even at 11, you can't settle for somebody who's not going to be an above-average starter a significant percentage of the time.
Yep.
Or at least have like a 20% chance of being an above-average starter.
I'll put it like this: I think Zach LaVine is going to be a very bad player, but I definitely would rather gamble on him than I would on a Dougie McD.
I don't know. They're like the same to me. They're the same but different. Seth, you can give your take on why you better.
I don't know. I see what Rob is saying, because even if the expected value is roughly similar, Levine's range is the top end of Levine's range for what he could turn into is probably higher than McDermott's, unless you think that Levine just has no chance, which that's certainly plausible. I'm again, another guy. The other guy I'm short is Levine, so but I definitely see what Rob is saying in terms of McDermott's a guy who's like quote unquote ready to play right now, but where does he fit in? In your, it's not like they don't have a lot of guys who play the 3-4 already.
By the way, Kevin Love just tweeted out, ESPN's making those Hall of Fame comparisons again. I guess Doug is Larry Bird.
Kevin Love has just stepped his troll game up to about 11 at this point.
Yeah. I think if you're a troll, you're probably a good draft pick. Like, if I see somebody trolling on Twitter, I'm raising them like spots in my big board.
By the way, I saw Spencer Dinwiddie actually.
Speaking of,
as far as retweeting and favoriting, some of our collective work. Apparently, he really pays attention to all this stuff.
Yeah, he's a huge nerd. I think he's awesome.
I'm rooting for him, obviously. You just saw the next pick, Dean?
Ooh. Well, I hear that Dougie is getting traded to Chicago, so Nuggets fans can be happy now. And the Bulls.
Well, what's the pick?
I probably for 16 and 19 probably is the logical trade, unless. I mean, that's like just a dreadfully bad trade for Chicago, because.
It's terrible, but the funny thing is, and again, maybe I'm buying into Tibbsy and Magic. If there's a single team that could use a guy like Doug McDermott, it could be the Bulls, right? I mean
except they're giving up. They're paying like 500 cents on the dollar. It's kind of the issue.
No, I agree, but
why not just draft McDaniels at 16 and see who's there at 19?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I'm just saying again for their team specifically. They have no scoring off the bench. They have a real lack of spacing and shooting, especially when Butler has regressed and they play the conventional two bigs. And if there's a one guy that could be hidden or scored.
Did Butler regress, or did he just fatigue?
Well, no. I mean, McDermott's not going to be better than Mike Dunleavy. and Mike Dunleavy's costing 2 years, $6 million, and they're expending the number 16. I don't know if it's necessarily the 16 to 19. That's what I assume it is. But if they're expending the number 16 and the number 19 to get somebody who is at best Mike Dunleavy, who they are paying $3 million a year.
I like Mike Dunleavy. I think that he was very good for them, and I think
yeah.
if they get a replication of Dunleavy, especially kind of like the younger version, the reset, that could be very useful for them. He really filled a need for them. I don't know. I'm talking myself into that, and we don't know the details of the trade yet, but I think Doug McDermott is bad, but there are all kinds of bad and varying degrees of bad, and for their team, especially with their defensive mindset and the players around them, he can be hidden with Noah and Gibson. I don't hate it.
I hate it. And is it confirmed 16 and 19? So.
It is confirmed now? Okay.
Yeah, so that's just like, I'm thrilled if I'm a Nuggets fan. I'm like going from like quitting the team to like pull back in and being like, please don't draft like Levine and Napier, the 2 picks now.
I don't hate Chicago acquiring McDermott, but I agree with Dean that this is an overpay. I while agreeing that if there's a team that he makes sense for, it's again it's Chicago and Charlotte were the 2 teams that he made the most sense for in terms of we can afford the defensive hit and just add some pure like perimeter scoring. That's an overpay though.
What do you think Denver's going to do? Because they already have a pretty not loaded roster, but they have a lot of. They already have a lot of guys signed, is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, you got to think that they're in play for trying to trade for somebody,
right?
Whether they think that they have a shot at Kevin Love still, and I don't know, maybe
we've been informed that there might be some fireworks going on. By the way, the Orlando Magic pick is in. Best on the board for me are going international, but they already have Vooch, so I don't know if they're necessarily going to go for Nurkic. I'm really surprised at how he's slipping. Your guys' thoughts right before Silver walks to the podium?
Good spot to take Ennis, in my opinion. If not, I guess, I don't know. I go Ennis.
I got nothing at this point.
I'm with Dean, and I mean, Jameer probably his last year. For them, they're not going to be good, but you can groom Ennis. He's the one guy here. As far as potential, as far as being a good starter, he fits their team. Given that I don't know, maybe, right?
I mean, the biggest problem with Ennis is then your, Ennis Oladipo backcourt is very small.
Ennis has decent size for a point guard. He's
like 6'2" or something. Yeah, he's
6'2.5 with a 6'7.5" wingspan, I think.
Yeah, and Oladipo is
he's
really good shooting.
It's not, but he's also not just he's not thick. He's slight.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be good defensively, but you get Oladipo as your defensive stopper, Ennis runs the offense, and I think it works out.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Okay. Well,
here we go.
Yeah, I guess they're stashing Saric. I mean,
he's not coming over for 2 years.
Yeah, it's
okay.
All right, not the worst. I know Dean of all the internationals doesn't like Saric. I've seen only the highlights, so everybody looks good in highlights. I don't really know what to think.
I mean, I'll say this is that they have
Fran Vasquez 2.0.
No, well, they have a log jam, and he's an asset who isn't, unless he just is terrible, he's not going to depreciate. So, they don't necessarily have front court playing time available unless they do some consolidating moves. So maybe they can work some other things out, and they have him as a trade chip for the next year and a half. So, I mean, I think from an asset management standpoint, it makes it doesn't not make sense. I'll put it that way. I mean, obviously, if you value his playing ability the way Dean does, then it's not much of a trade chip. But you got to figure that somebody somewhere thinks that they like him, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not fervent on my Saric because I didn't watch him as much as Randall or McDermott, so I don't really have quite as strong of a grasp. But go ahead.
Apparently, hold on, another Woj bomb. Apparently, Alfred Payton has been traded. So.
Yeah, that makes sense now. Yeah. So it makes sense to Philly trade down. Good. I'm glad that didn't make sense at all to me for them taking Alfred Payton.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure the deal, but apparently it's a swap with the Magic. So Saric, who is now going to
So the,
Philadelphia and will be
yeah.
Oh,
stashed.
Philly's taking Sarge?
Yes, yes.
Well,
Wow.
see,
Wow.
that's if they were going to take Sarge anyway, if they were going to take a draft and stash guy anyway, and it was going to be Sarge, then they're basically getting, free assets from for doing what they were going to do anyway. So even though you don't necessarily love Sarge, this is it's another little smart bit of business by Hinkie, because I think this is the guy he wanted probably anyway, just because again, a guy who's going to add 0 wins to their team this year, which is a strange thing to say is a positive, but there you go.
I mean, I can't really comment. If Hinkie likes Sarge, I assume I didn't really analyze Sarge that closely. I didn't think his stats looked that great, and basically Kevin Pelton's work had him as like the 20th player in the draft. He doesn't have a single good tool other than height. Apparently, he does have a virtuoso passing ability. Maybe that kind of gives him some sort of extra edge. I don't know. I'm really surprised by this, though. Like, I just didn't really see Sarge as like the really upsidey type that Billy would like. And I kind of expect.
Let me just break the if other people are not following on Twitter. Zach Lowe said that the swap here is it's a future 2017 first round future swap. So basically, who knows the exact details of what that means, but I guess in 3 years they'll have the ability to just swap picks. So 2 spots now for X number of spots later, if that comes to fruition at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I want. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's. I mean, it sounds like just something like it's a nice small little bonus of the because the Magic could kind of stay in the dumps for a while. But I'm mostly surprised that he took Sarge over Kyle Anderson, because I guess Sarge is probably not quite as slow, but they're pretty similar than that. The stat models love Anderson.
Right.
And,
right.
It seems that they're kind of like
let's see how bad the Wolves screwed this up.
Well, that answers your question.
Yeah, that's who the speculation was today, and let's trade Love for guys who are going to help us now and draft Zach LaVine. That makes sense.
Did you rank? I hope that you ranked Flip Saunders and the Wolves dead last in GM rankings. By the way,
I think I had them second to last behind Billy King. Because I just have so much respect for all of the bad trades Billy King has made.
he's got a lot of them, yeah. Fair enough.
He's really proven it over the long haul in the same way that the Spurs have proven they're the best. So Flip's showed a lot of promise, like Sam Hinkie, but Flip isn't quite as proven, like Hinkie isn't quite as proven. I don't know that Sarge is a good pick. I don't know whether he's right or I'm right, and that's something I'm really interested in following. Because that's like the bits of info I was looking forward to getting, is like, who are the smart people who think my work is bad? And I guess Hinkie Sarge is just way better than I think. So I'm not really sure exactly why, but I'm interested to see what happens.
So now we're at a good juncture, because now we're at the Suns pick and they have a couple first rounders. In my eyes, the undervalued are Nurkic, Capella, and Anderson. Those are the 3 guys that I think have slipped as far as the relative value.
They have to go international.
And Ennis as well, by the way. Yeah, because they just, as far as the roster spots, right?
Exactly. I mean, at a certain point, I would be a little bit surprised if they don't trade any of these picks, if they had less than 2 draft and stash guys in their first round picks.
Yeah, I think this is a good spot to take either Nurkic or Capella. Phoenix has Miles, Scott Miles, Len, and that's pretty much it for the centers, right?
Is there anybody with an injury risk that they should take, just because their medical staff will
rise up the value?
Yeah. You take Dinwiddie here, and then he's back on the court tomorrow.
I think Dinwiddie is probably a great fit for them, but they can probably get it later.
Early.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they can get him. 28 pick probably. I want to see Phoenix take Nurkic. I want to see them take Nurkic here. It's time for Nurk to come off the board.
So who's your prediction, Dean?
I'll go with Nurkic. Why not? Nurkic or KJ.
Seth?
If they're going international, I would just kind of with kind of the roster they're building, doesn't Capella make a little more sense?
Yeah, that's what I think too. He's a little bit more fast-paced. He kind of fits in that flow. Rim protector as well, running the floor. Nurkic seems more old school, and I like Nurkic a lot. I think that they should and they will take Capella. That's my guess.
I would love that pick for them too. You know, I don't know. I buy your argument with Capella, though. That makes sense.
Yeah.
If they had to go NCAA player.
You know, I think, by the way, I think we're skipping over laughing at Minnesota some more.
Okay. Fair enough. We should devote more time to it. Exactly.
Yeah, you know, let's just.
I mean,
what are you doing?
I mean, they're like.
You know what? I really hope Kevin Love is not on their team. They're so filled of, you know, it's such a bad organization to have a superstar. They don't deserve him anymore, flat out. Sorry, Minnesota fans.
Yeah, no, and this is, you know, and well, I think they know. You know, they've lived through it. You know, having lived in Minnesota, they're well aware of the poor management that franchise has had for, you know, 10 plus years. Yeah, and again, this something we've talked about a lot is until, like, you know, you show me that a team like Minnesota being competently run can't compete, then I'm not gonna, you know, agitate for all kinds of changes to, you know, free agency or draft rules or anything like that. Like, it's like they, you know, they have nobody to blame but themselves for their predicament. You know, it's not, you know, okay, Minnesota isn't the perfect market, but, you know, at least demonstrate competence before you complain that the market or other factors are why you can't win. Anyway, and so,
you know, this goes into, you know, we filmed. Granted, we haven't released the podcast yet, but this goes into what we were saying about general competence. Like, you shouldn't reward incompetence. I mean, it's, you know, it's pretty much that straightforward in my eyes.
Well, and I'm not. It's not what I'm saying. Not necessarily what I'm saying. I mean, the draft lottery does, in a way, reward incompetence, but it's a balancing. I mean, it's a little bit of a balancing act between, you know, if you reward skill completely, then the league is boring, and if it's all random, then the league is boring, and you're kind of having to find a happy medium there. And, you know, it's already, you know, skill is already very well rewarded, and you know, all these, like, fixes seem like they rewarding skill even more, and it just seems like, well, all right, if you want the same 4 teams to always be good, you know, then that's fine. Yeah. Oh,
somebody tweeted at me as far as that Minnesota, really, they're trying to build a UCLA alumni team. So you know, with this pick, especially following Bazzi, so you know, having Love there, although he won't be there for very long.
Yeah, exactly.
All they need is Collison. You know.
He's declaring early for the draft.
Hey, maybe they'll get Kyle or Jordan Adams too.
Yeah.
Well, then it would be a little bit more of a respectful draft, but somehow I don't think that they'll go that direction.
Yeah. Flip's not going to make a good pick. Who am I kidding?
So the pick is in Phoenix. If real quick, if they don't go international, who's your prediction, Seth or Dean?
KJ.
Yeah, to me, I feel like he's the next PJ Tucker. That, you know, kind of like the year learning, and then he can just step in that spot next year or whatever. You know.
Yeah, definitely. Like, eventually become better.
Plus, they're a smart team. Like, they trust the analytics or whatnot. You know.
Well, analytics don't love KJ.
Wait,
KJ's.
we got a trade being reported here. Hold on a sec. So wait, that doesn't make, that's all? That's strange. I mean, obviously there's something else in there.
Yeah, there has to be. Right?
I thought
that doesn't make sense.
Wasn't it a 2017 pick swap?
I mean, they don't. I mean, obviously they don't have the full trade. They're not reporting the full trade.
Either 17 pick swap, somebody was talking about second round. It's not fun.
Maybe. All right. Well, I'm happy with this draft for the Badgers. You know?
Yeah. No, that's
they got Peyton and Gordon, so, you know, Peyton and Gordon were both pretty good picks. You know.
They seem like they're building a potentially pretty solid defensive team.
Yeah, and that explains that. Oh yeah, definitely. Peyton, Oladipo, and Gordon. That explains why they passed on Smart and Exum too, because they just felt Peyton was close enough
So
approximation.
the commissioner's walking out. Whoa. Head blown.
Actually, I'm a little mad because he was the other guy I was gonna say, other than KJ, just because he's been a guy who's been getting all kinds of buzz recently.
I don't get it though. He doesn't fit their mantra or their team style. I mean, he's a 2-point jumper machine kind of thing. They already have the Morris brothers as far as specialties. They are more drive and kick. He seems more ball dominant.
Well, he's good. He's really good off the ball. He's good at making cuts, and I think they probably kind of think that maybe they can find a system to maximize his shots. I'm surprised though. Like T.J. Warren was kind of a prospect that I just didn't really know what to think of, so I kind of stuck him at the end of round one. And an athletic guy, an athletic wing who thrives on scoring inside doesn't seem that attractive, but I don't know. I don't know if McDonough's a good drafter or if Warren's just a lot better than he seems when you talk about him.
I mean, I just don't fall in love with guys that are like kind of built on scoring, especially that manner of scoring, unless unless you can be like a number one option or so forth and retain a huge usage rate and kind of put your team on the back. I don't see him that way in the NBA. I see him as a bit player.
How is he defensively, Dean?
Who, T.J. Warren?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't eye tested him that much, but the kind of scouting narrative is on one hand he had a pretty solid steal rate. He had a good steal rate on a team that didn't really, nobody else on this team really. He was like 3.1%. Everyone else was 1 point something. So they weren't gambling a ton. He had a solid steal rate, so he seems to have good instincts. But he doesn't really have great defensive tools. He's not really athletic or long or quick. So it's like, he seems like he might be able to hold his own defensively in the NBA, but does he really have that physical ability to be a stopper? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not ready to say this is a definitely terrible pick because T.J. Warren is just such a unique prospect here. But I'm really lukewarm on this at best.
I'm gonna be out on it just because of of his suit game. That's not a good look.
I think the suit itself is fine. It's the shirt that's crazy, right?
Yeah.
That shirt is weird.
No, that's
Yeah, he just took a risk.
I certainly can't pull that off. I'll say it like that.
Well, neither can he.
Neither can he. So Atlanta last year they took Bebe, that's Lucas Nogueira, who should be coming over this year. They have a bunch of bigs. I mean, they have Teague. I don't know if they go. I mean, what direction are they going?
Just take Nurkic or Capella. Seriously, somebody just take them. Like, they're coming. I don't know, because Atlanta does have Baby. They have Horford. They have Millsap. They like having bigs who can shoot. And Nurkic and Capella aren't going to be floor spacers, and they're not going to be a stretch five. So, they could do that. They could say, take Ennis to be the heir apparent to T.
Yeah, I think Ennis seems likely here.
Or they could take KJ.
Yeah.
I don't think Ennis is likely at all. They have Teague in kind of the longer deal. He's the guy that stepped up in the playoffs. And they have Schroeder last year, who I don't think is good, but I don't see them taking with their first back-to-back backup points.
Also Shelvin
Mack's not bad.
Shelvin Mack's not bad.
Yeah, Shelvin Mack, is okay. I mean, look, it's a backup point guard in the middle of the first round. If you get a backup point guard, sure, whatever. I wouldn't mind stash rate. Maybe I don't know. Like for their teammate at this point, I would like them to take KJ. I don't think he will though. I don't think he'll go here yet.
When do we start talking about PJ Hairston?
Not yet. Too early.
I mean, I don't think he's good value here, but I don't think he's good value. He's just like a guy who can launch, get a lot high volume of threes off, and not be completely terrible at everything else.
So that sounds like a perfect wing for Atlanta.
Yeah.
But I mean, value-wise is too early, basically.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Barry's going to do something cool. It's going to be KJ or Kyle or Ennis or Capella or Nurkic, one of those five.
So somebody tweeted me saying, because apparently I've been very sour on a lot of the picks that have been made, and so they said, who am I high on? And the answer is, and I think similar to Dean, but I don't want to speak for you, buddy, is that the internationals. they are being passed over, and I think they're going to way outperform the NCAA players from this draft class. So every time that they get passed, I think, clearly Nurkic and Capella, we've been talking about for a while, but, even Inglis, who probably goes at the end of the first, like that kind of thing. Jokic, I like those guys a lot. So those are the guys I'm really high on, as well as the UCLA players, not Levine. I can't believe Levine was the first UCLA guy to go, by the way.
It's fairly rich, but Flip is going to do what Flip is going to do.
I mean, to me, I think Jordan Adams and Kyle Anderson are like the much better current players and prospects, flat out.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. They're just so much better. Levine does have this huge athleticism advantage, but they're just so much more skilled and smart. Like, Levine doesn't even understand that 3 is greater than 2, so I kind of doubt his basketball.
I've got an unrelated question. Do they have someone up in the rafters, like, when they came back, they had the banner that had draft and the other one with Hawks. They have someone up there who's like in charge of like raising and lowering all those team banners, and he's got 30 banners up there that he's got to. Anyway, that would strike me as a job to have.
They probably just push a button.
Okay, well that's boring.
Yeah.
Bulls also giving up the second round.
The Bulls are also giving up a second rounder, a future second rounder.
Okay, so the Saric pick is. What? They're getting a
15 and a second and 15. Return Sixers pick. It's 15. So they had a Sixers first rounder next year, and they're returning it. Trade up.
That can't be right.
Well, they must have thought that Denver was always sniping them at 11. I don't get that.
I mean, was it a pick swap, right? They're giving up, or
I don't know.
Or is it that seems like a massive overpay, a first and a second for 2 spots.
Yeah.
Yeah, that has to be
Well,
yeah.
We got.
Let's go to real. Let me go to Real GM and see what the.
We got a new pick coming in. Hold on, guys. What?
Okay.
And
No, that I mean this is my favorite guy in the draft. Like, not favorite player, but just the guy who I think is going to be a good basketball player in the draft. And I think he fits exactly what they're doing. I mean, he's a big who can shoot. He can maybe protect the rim. He didn't do it as well last year, but part of that was probably his kind of increased offensive load. So I don't hate this pick at all. It's a guy who's kind of the epitome of a stretch 4. Maybe not the most upside of anybody, but he can block some shots. He can wear that color pants. Oh my! But yeah, no, I don't hate this at all. I think this is a very, very reasonable pick for them.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I had Payne ranked as an early second rounder, but I will go on the record and say that I rose him to a first. I told Rob that when I saw his pants. So I don't know. I mean, Payne's been somebody I've been constantly been at odds at all season. Where I look at him and he looks like he does a lot of things well for a role player, but the stats just hate him. And I think he has to be better than the stats because he has pretty good tools. Or he doesn't have great tools, but he has pretty good tools. He also long arms. He's fairly athletic.
And he had mono for the last 3 months of the season.
Yeah,
So-
but I guess stat models have just never liked him at all. And I think the motto hurt his steal and block rates, and it made him look like less of a. He's not a rim protector, but they made him look like a complete non-rim protector. So I don't know. I feel like Atlanta's a little bit overreaching for fit, but I don't know. I like Danny Ferry. I like the picks he normally makes. Maybe he's saying he doesn't buy the stat models. He thinks Payne he's on the side of scouting, and maybe he's right. So
I don't know. Look. I think Adrian Payne is going to have an NBA career because he can shoot a bit and he's a tall guy and some of the stats are probably deflated, but he's old. He offers very little. I don't think he necessarily solves a need for them. I mean, he's I guess he's what, like the next Pero Antage for their team. I mean, really, like that's not very exciting, nor is it all that valuable,
Yeah.
I suppose.
He's
I don't know
far
whether I
more.
don't know why they went after Go ahead, Seth.
No, he's far more mobile than Parantich.
I
Is
don't
part
know.
of it.
Yeah, I don't understand why they're interested in Perantic in the first place. Because he's like not really that athletic, and he's a career like 29% 3-point shooter. That
Yeah,
was
I
just,
mean,
and it's like 30. That was a random signing too. And Payne just kind of reminds me of the Pero signing, where it's just like I don't understand. But Pero wasn't terrible for them, so I don't think Payne will be terrible. But I don't know. Like I'm just kind of, the stats on him make me nervous. He's
like,
old. He's old and he can't pass. I don't know. I mean, the crazy thing is a lot of things have gone as I kind of expected. And the players that I watch the most, they all got drafted to good teams or solid front offices in the top six. And so that kind of all makes sense. But then like Payne going to Atlanta, Warren going to Phoenix, Sarge going to Philly, those were guys who I just had as complete fringe first rounders. Late first, early second types. And those are three front offices I all had in the top 10. So.
Well,
I think it just kind of goes to show the draft is getting surprising now. It's just actually shocking me at every twist and turn. Like I was gonna call out Bobo after the first 10 picks and be like, hey Rob, like it's going completely vanilla, but now it's getting interesting, and I don't think anything's predictable. Anyway, go ahead, Seth.
No, and getting back to Sarich, I mean the same thing we said when he was picked at when he was going to be there at 12 is that he's an asset who he's not going to. He's a draft and stash, even if you don't necessarily like him as a player.
Right, hold on, guys. We have a next pick.
Oh.
Oh, all right. They're just recognizing Isaiah Austin. All right, never mind.
This is really a sad story.
It is sad, and it's too bad. But it is what it is. So.
So who did the Nuggets take here? Because we've been saying KJ's name a lot, but they're a team that where Capella makes sense. Well, I guess they have JaVale still.
Yeah, but you're saying that JaVale is good enough to not make you do something else, and that's I think that ship is, if it hasn't sailed, they're raising the anchor on that ship as far as JaVale McGee being an actual good NBA player.
So what are they doing here? They're honoring him by announcing him or something like that?
That's nice. They're he gets to come up and shake the commissioner's hand, and so that's that's nice. He gets to do the NBA draft thing, which is
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer still, though. He doesn't, like if I were him, that would just feel so harsh for me,
Yeah,
just to kind of like go through the motion but not get the real reward behind it.
Which is the money, basically, and getting to play in the NBA.
Yeah, like everything, it's.
Well, he doesn't he have like the insurance thing? So he's not getting nothing because all kind of top prospects kind of have the insurance, so that if something that happens, they get paid a decent chunk of change, not knowing the specifics of like what kind of policy he'd have. So it's But
I don't know. Before they've signed any kind of deal, I'm not.
No, that's completely standard for even while they're in college to kind of get an insurance policy against for a guy who is, and certainly for guys who are going into their workouts and stuff like that, they get an insurance policy, because what happens if you're a guy who's a fringe first and you blow out your knee in a workout?
Right. Okay.
So,
fair enough.
Yeah. So it's completely standard. Anyway, I just to finish up the point on Sarge is he's if you don't love anyone who's there at 10 or 12, as far as going forward or whatever, and you think it's value-wise too early to take a Capella or a Nurkic or something like that, then it makes perfect sense to have a guy who basically freeze drawing that pick for a couple of years, and if he shows he's at NBA level, a quality NBA level player in Europe, you bring him over. If you don't really feel that way, then you still have that asset to use as a at a similar value in a future thing. I mean, the Bulls have had the Mirotic bullet that they haven't fired for a couple of years, but that's always been, if they were going to go out and get a player, like that's a nice chip to have, because it's something that is essentially costless in either dollar terms or taking up roster spots or cap room on your present team. So I kind of like that as kind of a way to add just an additional asset in addition to your roster spots and your future draft picks. Especially if you didn't like, if you didn't really love the value of any of the players available there. And I think that we kind of felt that because we were, although that kind of stretch of picks, we were like, who do you take here? I don't know. I mean, it seems early for anybody we'd like, and the guys who got taken were all guys who were like, meh. So it makes sense from that perspective, even if you don't love Sarge as the player. Yeah.
So the Bulls pick has been in, but they're dilly-dallying here. I feel as though there's considerable value at this portion of the draft because there's some guys that have been drafted that I frankly would not have taken with a 10-foot pole. So that means those teams that draft later are good for them,
I wonder how often that happens where a guy is projected to be certain high, and he's a guy you don't really like, but then you're like, man, but the value.
Oh, by the way, Seth, I was reminded another tweeter. 17th, it's us again, Celtics. So the question then to the field, Dean, Seth, who do you guys want the Celtics to take at 17?
I mean, you can
KJ.
guess.
Yeah.
Nurkic or Capella for me, because
Okay.
we already have two power forwards and we don't have the center, and they're my two best players on the board. Ainge doesn't normally go international though, but either one of those.
Nurkic is finally off the board, by the way. So Denver has taken Nurkic.
He is a big
guy.
unit.
Yeah. It's a very weird haircut as well. Did he just have lines in his hair?
Yeah. Are you going to tell him that?
Absolutely not.
Yeah. So Denver, meanwhile, is killing it. By the way,
I mean, I would have taken Nurkic straight up, way over McDermott, obviously.
I would have taken him at 11. Yeah, I would have taken Nurkic at 11, and they're also going to get the 19.
So are they going to end up with both Nurkic and Capella?
Yeah, Silver's a
Probably.
tall guy. I'm very surprised.
They could get Nurkic and Capella. That would be pretty ballin'.
So you want for the Celtics, you want Capella here, or do you want KJ?
I want Capella.
I want
but,
Capella as well.
I settle for KJ though. KJ's a fine backup. And also I don't think I would mind Kyle either. Well, I guess Kyle kind of needs to fit at point power forward. We already have power forward, so.
Nurkic is just a big guy.
Jeez.
Yeah, are you seeing these highlights of him?
Yeah. I mean, how do you look at him and say anything but Nikola Pekovic?
Right, exactly. That's what it looks like to me too. Did you hear that? That his dad is 7'1", 400 pounds, riot police.
I think I have heard that about him. So, and
that's pretty awesome, actually.
And if you're riot police working like crowd control, like a sporting event in that in that part of the world, that is no free lunch.
No, absolutely not. Then again, with 7'1", 400 pounds, I don't think too many people are trying to mess with that guy. Man. Well, I'm happy for Denver that they've redeemed themselves as far as front office. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. I'm assuming he was going to be brought over immediately. He's going to be on their team. Again, minutes might be a problem.
I mean, where do they find the minutes for him?
Right.
I mean, who knows? Hickson's going to be out for who knows how long. But not that should stop him. But
McGee and Mozgov, right?
Yeah, McGee, Mozgov, and then you still have you got Gallo, you got Wilson Chandler who's getting minutes at the 4, which not that overlaps, but it's still kind of some of the big minutes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, obviously they're a team that maybe has some moves to make, just because they've got a lot of guys and not enough rotation spots for them, and
All
a
right.
lot of
So
guys who aren't that good, and but you could maybe turn four of them into one above average player.
right. So I mean, really though, they crushed that trade, and good for them. I mean, I love it. You know.
I mean, it does. I mean, I think we're all in agreement. It almost didn't matter who they picked with these two picks for
Yeah, but the fact that they've knocked us out of the park, you know.
yeah. Well, we'll see who they get at 19. But yeah, I think obviously they basically got a from Dean's calculus. It's if he was going to take Nurkic at 11, then they got a free 19 pick for taking the guy that they wanted to take anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think no matter what, you have to be happy as a Nuggets fan and just really upset as a Bulls fan.
I don't know. I mean, this could work out just fine for the Bulls. It really. I mean, again, this is a team that managed to have a great defense, giving big minutes to Carlos Boozer. So figure out a way to maybe scheme around some of his deficiencies on that end, and if McDermott can give them 15 points a game at high efficiency, that's huge strides for the Bulls team. So I don't like it from a value standpoint, but again, it's one of those things where I can see the thinking that goes into it at least.
So I'm really hoping Capella is the
Yeah.
pick here, though.
We
We need a rim protector,
Okay.
flat out.
Yeah, let me put it this way. I think that the Timberwolves taking Levine is worse than what the Bulls did.
It's just debatable. It's close.
Yeah, it's close.
I think I don't know. Oh yeah, that trade. I remember that trade.
Yeah.
It was a good one.
That trade still kind of makes me sad, even though Paul Pierce in another uniform still made me sad.
Yeah, that was just such sick value by the Celtics.
All right,
They just-
we've got Adam Silver on the podium. Hmm. I'm just not that high on James Young. Bill Simmons made a fist pump, but I'm just not that high on him.
Yeah, I mean, I question this pick. This is another pick where I had as a late first. There are a lot of ways which I think James Young has edge. Subtly. Like
He's very young, is the big thing.
He's very young. He was the guy on Kentucky who scored when they played long athletic defenses.
Right.
That like LSU and UConn. They played LSU 3 times and UConn once. And those are the long athletic defenses that just completely shut down Randall. Randall couldn't get a shot off against them. But James Young can always get a shot off because he has such long arms. He has a quick release. And he scored 20 plus points in all 4 of those games. I think his shooting form looks pretty good, and I think he might have run bad on outside shooting. And I don't think he's completely hopeless on defense.
I don't love that shooting form.
I don't see him being good on defense though. And I think the fact that Ainge took him 17th probably implies that he has some sort of optimism about his defensive projection.
Oh, absolutely. He sees him as a long-term viable rotation player. I'm not buying it. I think he's a one-way player, and I think this is a league that really, I mean, when you get in the playoffs, as far as the weaknesses and whatnot, they get exposed, and He's an unsexy pick when he kind of like role player, and I'm not really sure he's gonna kind of give that many kind of wins above his rookie contract, that kind of
the
thing.
Mo Peterson comp is a pretty good one.
Yeah, no, I agree. Mo was a reasonable player. I just think that.
But he wasn't good.
No, but he wasn't good, exactly.
Yeah.
And the point is, I do believe there are good players remaining, and he's not one of them.
Yeah, I would have, KJ Capella. I think I might
Ennis
have
is really falling. Ennis is really
Yeah.
not that they should have taken Ennis. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, if you look at the guys that are falling, Kyle Anderson has fallen.
Yeah, I would have preferred Kyle Anderson.
I would have loved Kyle Anderson.
I would prefer Jordan Adams probably.
Yep. Gary Harris as well. I mean, if you wanted to take,
definitely
a wing,
Gary Harris. That's if you're gonna take, if that's the player you're gonna take.
He's a two-way player.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little small, so he also, I think we talked in one of our pods about kind of the Michigan State pedigree and kind of, betting on Izzo and are you going to bet on Izzo or Calipari for a guy who is kind of I'm not sure about.
Well, what's the devil's advocate argument is who is more likely to have not been maximized in their
Right, that's actually a good way of putting it. So maybe there's more that
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I have Harris higher than James Young on my big board, but I would have been a little more bummed with Gary Harris because James Young is kind of somebody who I wasn't I didn't really know where to put, and he's somewhere who you can kind of bury if you get a little more optimistic in some regards. So I have an easier time getting excited for James Young than I would Gary Harris, I think. I'm still not thrilled. James Young just feels like he's going to disappoint me, and I want him to be good. So I don't know. I don't mind rooting for him as a Celtics fan. I don't feel like we wasted the pick. I don't feel like we used it optimally, but I feel like this could look good in retrospect nevertheless.
I feel like James Young, he strikes me as an ideal wing from a past era.
Yes.
The kind of wing player who we used to think was, the best possible version of this kind of wing player is like a DeMar DeRozan. And DeMar DeRozan's a good player because he draws fouls, never turns the ball over, and is really athletic. But other than that, he takes pounds the ball, takes mid-range jumpers.
I thought James Young is more of a shooter, and from outside and whatnot.
James Young's more of a shooter. I think James Young can be a more attractive mold than Zach LaVine. Let's say say James Young, or not Zach LaVine, whoever you just said.
DeMar DeRozan?
Yeah, DeMar DeRozan. Yeah, he's a better shooter than DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan didn't shoot threes at all his first few years in the league. And I don't think James Jones is much of a ball stopper. He was not the type of guy who's going to pound the ball into the ground. He just ISO and then attack. He's a catch and shoot player. He can move the ball. His assist to turnover ratio wasn't bad for such a young player. So I mean, he doesn't really have a fatal flaw to me. I just don't think he's going to be good on defense, and I'm not even sure he's going to be good on offense. So it's you have sort of the mystery box on offense who's has a wide range on defense, but is kind of a negative skew. That's kind of what we're dealing with. And it could work out, but it feels just a little bit too there are a little bit too many factors working against him, such that I feel like it's good value there. But I don't feel too upset about the pick. I would have much rather had Capella or KJ. But I think the one thing that we're learning is that these GMs just value statistical modeling way less than we've been looking at it.
So it looks like the Suns are now, their pick is in, so we're going to be getting some silver for some 18th. Again, the Suns, it's the kind of thing they quite literally can't handle all the players on their roster, on their team. So I'm really intrigued at how they handle this.
I mean, they have to go Capella here, don't they?
Or Jokic, anyone that they can stash, basically, Inglis. Right? I mean,
Jokic in English, I think, is a little soon, but
sure, but I'm just
saying.
Inglis,
actually. Inglis, you could reach a little for Inglis here. Inglis is, I think, good.
Oh, they just tweeted inside the Raptors war room. You can see some familiar faces.
So, who do you think, if KJ and Capella are both there, who do you think the Raptors take between the two of them?
Ennis.
No, you think the Raptors are taking Ennis and letting Lowry walk?
Hold on, here we go. All right, so Ennis finally. I mean, it's he slipped too far. It's good value. It
I
doesn't make a lot of sense
It does
though,
not make it. I mean, unless they think they're.
unless they
I
have a
mean,
trade or something.
yeah. This, I mean, when is he going to play?
Right. I
Exactly.
mean,
The
Bledsoe's getting the
Phoenix
max. You
row
already
is.
have Goran, and yeah, it's
A three point guard rotation playing. Just I guess you always play 2 point guards and play them each 32 minutes a game, or play and it's like 28 and Dragic and Bledsoe like 30.
Yeah, but then I mean,
Whatever.
when do you play like Gerald Green at the 2 or get minutes for Archie Goodwin or?
Well, I think Gerald Green is going to have to hit the bricks at some point or another. I don't think he's really that integral to their long-term plan. He's just somebody who just like I think he's like he can shoot, so he's athletic. And Horace Check was able to make him kind of decent, but I don't think Green's real. I mean, Green's there to be an albatross contract. Like if I'm Phoenix, I'm not too concerned about Gerald Green getting buried on the bench.
no, that's true.
But at the same time, from an asset management perspective, I mean, if you trade it, you trade him now, and then you get something from him. If he sits on your bench, then he's not worth anything.
Man, so do you think the Nuggets go international again? If the Nuggets go international again, they're just destroying the draft in my book.
I mean, again,
No, I think they go with Gary Harris now. That's the guy that a lot of people thought they would get with their original lottery choice that was then traded. If they can get him with the later of the two of the picks that they traded back, although they just get Fournier, I kind of
no,
feel
they just got a flaw. They traded Fournier.
Oh, they traded
got a
four. Excuse me. Right. Sorry. My mistake. I'll shut up now and listen.
Yeah, no, it's understandable. The player movement is if your upside comp is DJ Augustine, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
I hope that's not the actual comp for Tyler Ennis, because DJ Augustine, aside from the 3 months he was really good for Chicago, has not been a good NBA player.
Yeah, that's not Ennis's comp. Ennis is like his own weird thing. Like,
I mean, Ennis is like I don't know. That's not a great comp, because he's a better defender. I was going to say like an Eric Maynor before he got hurt, but that's not quite right.
I mean, I'm just gonna say John Stockton and be optimistic here. I mean, I'm kind of joking because it's like obviously he's not going to be John Stockton. He's not going to be John Stockton good, but I mean, I kind of see like I think his upside is in the same vein as John Stockton, where he is.
His style of play is Stockton, and in terms of being kind of that unhurried pace is what you're talking about.
Yeah, and he's not going to drain a ton of threes, but he can hit mid-range shots. He can penetrate. He can get to the rim. He's going to make decisions. He's going to create for others. He has decent size. I like the value here quite a bit.
To defend Stockton, we'll say I think you're underselling. Stockton didn't shoot a ton from deep, but Stockton was a great shooter.
He was completely elite from mid-range.
Yeah. Well, not that he was a good 3-point shooter. He just didn't take a lot of them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Ennis still needs to develop his shot.
And if he was Kevin McHale, he could have if he wanted to.
Yeah, but I mean, Ennis needs to have an outlier.
A vicious subtweet.
Hey, we got the pick in. All right, so I kind of nailed that one by accident with the Nuggets taking him. I mean, I don't mind that. I think that he slipped a bit, and look, I guess they have a flaw there. He's not going to play that many minutes for them. Who really knows? But I think it makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's a fine pick. I think Harris is at least going to be like a rich man's Randy Foye, if nothing else.
Well, Randy Foye is just an out-and-out gunner. Not necessarily in a good way. I don't know if they're going to have a similar career,
Yeah, I mean, I don't love the pick, but I mean, you could do a lot worse. And if I'm a Nuggets fan, I'm taking that and I'm happy with it. They turned it. I would have taken Nurkic at 11. And if you use your free roll on Gary Harris, that is completely okay with me.
So, all right, well, hold on, fellas. We have Toronto Raptors, which is very important for a lot of reasons.
Who do you think they're taking, Rob? KJ or Capella?
Well, I thought that Capella would have been off the board at this point, so I all along thought that they were going to get KJ, but now the draft has opened up some funny possibilities, as well as Kyle Anderson and Jordan Adams. I think it's going to be one of those 4 players. I'll say that much.
So one of the 4. You think it's going to be one of the 4 best players on the board?
Well, it's our best board. if you look at like Jay Billis's board or whatnot, it's not at all his board. So to me, those are the 4 best. His board is Rodney Hood 1, Shabazz Napier 2, Cleanthony early 3, PG Harrison 4. To me, that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I like Cleanthony early. By the way,
okay, fine. My
but
point though is, to me, I wouldn't even consider any one of those four in this spot. All
I would
right.
think about PJ Harrison, I guess. But
All right.
the other
Maybe
three- the other three
think
guys-
about PJ.
the other three guys, I still would take the guys you mentioned over PJ Harrison for sure. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess the thing is that we're kind of taking a 2080 approach here, where we're not really like analyzing guys like Harrison and Capella inside and out. Like, I never even watched Capella. He just has awesome stats and he has good tools. So we're kind of putting a lot of faith in that.
I got to think that they're going to go a more ready guy than Capella.
Well, I mean, I guess the issue is if you already have 30 minutes of like Amir, JV, and
Patterson. Yeah,
that's a pretty good three-way big man rotation. So, I still take Capella here from Toronto, but maybe they kind of say, well, we're on the cusp of moving into one of the better teams in the East, especially if LeBron goes west. So let's take.
Hold on. On record here, because I nailed the Gary Harris, which I'm happy about, although I did it kind of in the backdoor method. I'm going KJ McDaniels. That's who I think they're taking. That's what my gut tells me. What do you think, Dean?
I think probably KJ.
Seth, what do you think?
That seems right, though. I wouldn't be totally shocked with either of the UCLA guys.
Or Capella, right? I mean, he would make sense.
I don't think Capella. Like, he's the guy. He's of the four we talked about. I think he's the one who would actually surprise me, just because I think that they are probably thinking less project, more, and they could use some help on the wing. DeRozan and Ross are you think they're the 2 and 3, but we saw last year when they
John Salmons was their sixth man. Yeah, they need wing help. I'm not saying that they can have a guy step, which is why Jordan Adams actually would make some sense, but then again, it's forcing them to be a lot of shooting guards playing the 3, which isn't so bad. But yeah, KJ makes a lot of sense. That's what my gut tells me.
But then if you kind of like the idea of what Kyle Anderson's versatility, and I'm not convinced by him, but if you like him, he's a guy who a big part of it is his kind of impressive projection showing was his 3-point shooting last year, and that's not actually that many attempts. I mean, it's you run into maybe the danger of like the Derek Williams situation, where a guy who's not actually that good a shooter hits a lot of shots in a short, hits a high percentage of not that many shots in a short amount of time, and gets overvalued because of that. So that's why I'm not as wild about Kyle Anderson as some are, because I worry about the physical tools. But I wouldn't say that you're an idiot for thinking otherwise, and thinking that he's the kind of the wing guy who helps the most here.
Well, pick should be in. We'll see what happens. I mean, so far, I haven't been completely flummoxed. Completely. I thought that they were going to draft internationals higher than other boards had them, but has not been the case. I still think there's a lot of value there.
I mean, I'm pretty surprised by that 12 to 18 stretch where there was just a lot of prospects who I felt like there was a lot of good teams picking, and they were just taking the guys who I just wasn't expecting to go. And now that I want to see how the 12 to 18 range turns out. Now those are the guys I'm most interested in.
Yeah. By the way, just finishing up, I got to feel like the Nuggets and Suns, they've got moves to make. They have to. They
have to, right? Yeah.
They have too
literally
many
have too many players on their team.
Yeah. And it's just bad. If I think the Nuggets can fit all the guys in their roster. It's just bad asset management to have more guys who should play can play.
Does it bother you that that every team takes the full 5 minutes to make a pick?
I mean, the Lakers didn't. Was the funny thing that Silver came out with like a minute left on the Lakers clock.
I liked that. It's like these teams know we need to just get the program on.
It's like chips in the middle.
It's like I enjoy the draft as much as the next guy, but at the same time I just want picks.
Yeah. I mean, you got to think that they're taking offers for the last minute, just in terms of if they for trades and stuff. Maybe someone will offer you something dumb, so why not take every last second?
Yeah, I suppose so.
And
Well,
they're
the
not
pick
here for
apparently
your
is
amusement,
in.
Rob.
Well, they are supposed to be here for my amusement.
Yeah,
So.
exactly. That's the entire purpose of the endeavor, actually.
Exactly.
Man, why is the pick in for so long before they announce it? Such a tease.
They got hours to fill here. They got commercials to get to. They get more. They probably get more for commercials in the first round than they do in the second round. It's like the rookie scale. The value of the commercial is scaled to which pick it comes after.
Oh yeah, we still have all the second round picks to look forward to. That's something I guess I'm looking forward to less than the first round, so I paid more attention to. Even like once you kind of get past the lottery, it's like I'm getting a lot more shaky on my ratings, I feel like. But the second round's still interesting. I want to see where other teams are looking.
The reports are that the Heat are trying to trade up to get Shabazz Napier, who's one of the last two remaining players in the green room. I don't see what the big deal is because I like the real Bazzi, but I don't really think teams are. Well, ESPN misspelled Valanciunas.
LeBron's a fan. LeBron's a fan, but that's like the Magic signing Big Baby to piece Dwight Howard all over again.
No, not exactly, because we knew Big Baby was bad.
Yeah, I know. It's not as bad. It's not as bad. It's in the same vein, but less severe. Because at a certain point, like taking Napier 26 is perfectly fine.
Exactly.
It's not terrible bad. So
I guess these teams got more than 5 minutes, huh?
Or they're stretching. They got to give everyone time to get their shots in.
I think I'm going to make a steak tonight. Who the fuck is that?
Sorry?
What? What's a Bruno Cabal? What?
I have no idea who that is. I just saw him on Chad Ford's big board today. He was like somewhere in round 2. And it's like this 18-year-old Brazilian. And I was like, I could try to figure out who the hell this guy is in the last 5 minutes, but I don't care. I have no idea who this is.
What just happened?
That is the face melter of the draft. I mean, it's just pretty funny that, like, we've been hyping up for having great stats. The
What?
Raptors, low.
Who the fuck is that?
Okay. It's 20th is the earliest a guy I've never heard of has ever been picked before.
Well, I'd heard of him earlier today. According to DX, he's 6'9" and 200 pounds, and he's a small forward or a power forward.
So is he the Brazilian Giannis?
He's 18. He doesn't have any stats. He is mystery box. What?
He's 2 years away from being 2 years away. That's funny. Well.
Wow. I mean, okay. I mean, why pick him at 20? Why?
I don't get it.
Okay. All right. Well, in 4 years, joke's on us, probably, right?
I just can't believe it. Like, what just happened?
I'm just reading this email exchange. What's a Bruno Caboclo? What's a Bruno Caboclo? Somebody tell me. I don't know.
Like, I thought that, like, Adam Silver was going to kind of snicker and just kind of giggle and be like, just kidding,
I was like, when he said Bruno, I was like,
There's a Bruno in the draft?
Bruno?
You had a lot of the internationals listed, more than any other mock sites I had seen, and no one. I guess you said he was just added today. I had never heard of this guy, flat out.
All right, I'm just gonna say this: if the internationals in this class suck, I'm gonna stop investing in international stats. If they become good, if the internationals in this class become actually good, then the NBA is just still really inefficiently run. Because it's just like there's just so much to like about all these internationals. And like some of these players that are getting picked are just so meh. Or like Bruno Caboclo, which I don't even know what he is.
Although
I mean,
your pronunciation is expert, though.
Yeah, you're pronounced exactly. You have the Portuguese tongue. It rolls right off.
The good news is that for him coming in 4 years, is it'll take Rob that long to learn how to pronounce his name. So.
and even then, it's questionable.
Yeah.
Although honestly, I struggle more with Eastern European names. I think I'm pretty good with Brazilian name.
Well, I'll say this.
Say it with me, Rob. Miroslav Radulica.
Miroslav Radulica.
There you go.
Yeah, it's not so bad.
Yeah. That's my favorite of the ones. When there was definitely a podcast earlier in the year where we spent at least 3 minutes on a pronunciation guide for Miro. Anyway, that's what we think about this pick. Is we're talking about extras from Taken rather than this pick, because that's all we know about him.
Look, I mean, flat out, none of us know anything about this guy.
No.
He wasn't on the DX. None of this. This is a face melter of face melters, and you know what?
Yeah.
Masai is a smart guy who was an international scout and knew of all these players, and it's possible he knew of something that no one else. Maybe the Spurs were actually going to take this guy, and they wanted to one up them, but I don't get it, guys. I really don't get it. I'm stunned.
Is he like the Brazilian Wiggins or something?
They said he's the Brazilian Durant. That's what they said.
But I mean, just realistically, like he's the Brazilian Giannis, right? That's what they're hoping.
What's his wingspan? Does he have like a 7'5" wingspan?
He's 6'9", and he has grainy footage when he dominated little children, I guess.
He looks great in pixelated footage.
Yeah. This reminds me of a few years ago when the I guess it was a Nigerian player was drafted, I think, who was actually too old to actually be eligibly drafted. Do you remember this was the second round, like the 57th overall pick or so? And the only footage they could find was like grainy like workout where he's like just doing literally just bench pressing or something. Does any of this ring a bell to you guys?
I did not see that.
This was maybe 4 years ago. I should look it up, but yeah, this is what that reminds me of.
Well, I mean, I want to know, like, is this guy, can he jump through the roof? Someone needs to tell me what his tools are.
I mean, I know nothing about him. Steak doesn't look very good.
I don't understand. Like, nobody knew this guy even existed.
Right. And
it just goes to show that draft is such an inefficient process. Like, nobody has a clue. Like, I think if any conviction has been strengthened from this draft, is that nobody has a clue. Like, the truth is just so elusive when it comes to having definitive draft rankings.
Right.
And that goes and it's not just draft rankings though. I mean, it's no one really anything as far as who's going to become good and not. I mean, you get some ideas, but I mean, this guy could, in 5 years be great. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, wow.
So Oklahoma City's probably going to make a good pick. They'll probably take Capella.
Or
that's actually not a bad pick.
You think?
I don't think that's bad at all.
Really?
Okay.
I mean, every pick that he had a bad
walk me through it, Dean.
He's the Nurkic of the NCAA. He's big. He isn't longer athletic, but he has quick feet. He gets a ton of steals. He's not a traditional rim protector, but he has that sort of unique Nurkic-esque defensive upside.
I mean, is
He's,
this
he's
the
a beast.
replacement for Collison or something?
He's a beast on the glass. His rebounding rates are just insane. He can run the pick and roll. He can finish on the pick and roll. He's a good garbage man. And now that they have McGarry and Adams get to kind of usher out the Perk era.
Yeah,
like,
but I mean, as well as like Collison. I mean, what I'm assuming is he's the next Collison for them. I mean, that would.
But aren't there also kind of some character and/or health issues?
Well, no, it's back issues, but I mean, I think if without the back issues, he's arguably a lottery pick. So, I think it's fine to gamble on his back at this stage of the draft. And also, he also had a good assist rate this year. I have a small sample, I guess. It was 12 assists in 198 minutes, and he didn't get a ton as a freshman. But, there's some health issues. Oklahoma City just does so well with their drafting and development.
It's hard to argue against them, right?
It's hard to argue against this pick. He's probably McGarry's somebody who I could see in the case he stays healthy. I just have so easily envisioned him becoming a useful rotation player, and the fact that everybody who goes to OKC always becomes a useful rotation player. Who knows? Maybe he's a Cole Aldrich, but I think he's probably going to be a good kind of You have McGarry, Adams, and Ibaka, and I think that's a pretty good three-way rotation. Although I don't know how well McGarry and Adams kind of pair together because they're both centers in my eyes, but play them both 24 minutes a game and see what happens.
You think McGarry is primarily a 5?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Because he's just such a garbage man. I don't think he really has much of a perimeter game. He shot 51% career from the free throw line.
I mean, I've got a question for you guys, real quick.
If I'm Oklahoma City, would I have rather had Patrick Young than McGarry?
Maybe.
If what I'm going for is kind of a solid third, fourth big, I don't know. You see what I'm saying?
I feel like McGarry has a lot more upside than Patrick Young because McGarry's first of all, McGarry's a much better rebounder. He got way more steals. And Patrick Young's kind of undersized for a center. Patrick Young's kind of like the center in a power forward body. And McGarry kind of has the genuine center body.
Yeah, you think is he actually I know he's 6'10", but how his wingspan is
Oh yeah, actually, you know what? He might kind of be a 4 in terms. Well, let's see how he measured. I think he's 6'11", or maybe he is 6'10". Oh yeah, he's 6'10" and a half with 6'11" and a half wingspan, so that's kind of on the small side for a center. But he does have the girth. I don't know, maybe.
Real quick, guys. The two guys left in the green room, Hood and Napier. Which is the last guy picked? Is it Hood or is it Napier?
Hood. Hood sucks. Napier at least has a compelling story. Hood was just the worst defensive player in Duke basketball history. He was pretty decent on offense.
Seth, do you agree with that?
How do you really feel about his defensive ability?
Well,
Bruno Cabocla.
Bruno Cabocla.
I had both of those guys going before Bruno Cabocla then. So
the Grizzlies have to pick Kyle Anderson here, don't they?
Apparently, I'm reading that the Raptors may have traded for this pick. Apparently, it's a dump of Tayshaun Prince, where the Grizzlies are sending Tayshaun this pick in their second, and they're sending back John Salmons, who only has $1 million guaranteed, who will then get renounced. So the Grizzlies open up cap space, and they're basically cleared the books of Tayshaun. Whereas I suppose the Raptors are stashing Cabocla, and they're taking Tayshaun. Who knows if he'll play for them? And they're getting this pick. That's what I read.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I guess at least they avoided having OKC snipe Caboclo from them.
Well, they have.
Dean, that is brilliant. They sniped the snipers.
But
you think Presti was back there going
oh shucks, I knew that we should have traded with the Bulls.
Well, I think they'll pick somebody we heard of this time. That's my prediction.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're still talking about Bruno on ESPN, which is awesome.
Again, if the Raptors are getting this pick, they have to get wing help, right?
KJ McDaniels, right? I mean, now he has to go. Yeah, he has to.
Wing help for next year. I mean, not wing help for 2019.
Right. Exactly. Because their team could really use it. You know, sort of the
Yeah.
cheap late. Oh man.
I
So again, it's unconfirmed, but apparently it's some kind of Tayshaun Prince dump is the gist. Apparently, all right. So I found out a little bit more. Yeah, that's the unconfirmed report. Interesting. Can I spoil something?
uh
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Jordan Adams.
yeah.
That's who
That's
they're
I,
taking?
I don't if this is going to the
This is going to the Raptors.
for either team I don't hate that actually.
I like Jordan Adams here.
I mean, he's again a guy who you're talking about upside versus ability, and he's obviously more on one side of that than the other. But they're still laughing about Caboclo on the set, aren't they?
Of course, I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I want to hear more.
Yeah.
Here we go. So again, I'm assuming he's going to the Raptors, but even if he's going into the Grizzlies, I think this is good value.
Yeah, Jordan Adams is a legit pick here. I think the crazy thing is Jordan Adams is just mind blowing because he's like horrible tools outside of like his length, and he doesn't really have the best skill set. He's not a great ball handler. You can't really create that well off the dribble, and he is not a great 3-point shooter.
But he
And
can play.
he was out of shape and lazy. And he's
But he
lost
can
15
play.
pounds since the season. But he posted the most insane stats ever. So is he like just the most natural-born basketball player that the planet has ever seen?
That's
my
what I
question.
think. I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you talk about but he can play. I mean, it's the not they're not really a good comparison because of the size difference, but Draymond Green had a lot of and not making the comparison at all style-wise, but Draymond Green can play. And it's when I'm talking about that, like he's a guy who can make good decisions on both ends of the floor, with and without the ball, as far as where to go, where to be, what to do, and that's that doesn't always show up or really necessarily show up in any sort of test, but it shows up in production.
Yeah,
And
no, I agree with that. Like I think part of that is steal rate, for instance. Like Draymond Green had a great steal rate, and now he's a great defender because he has long arms and great instincts. But all scouts are saying is, oh, he's too slow, he's too unathletic, and lo and behold, he cut it anyway in the NBA. And the same thing with Jordan Adams. Like everybody doubts his defense, and he'll be a good defender. He might be a bad defender. But the steal rate kind of suggests, well, maybe he kind of has the length and the instincts to kind of be a good defender in his own way.
And also is competitive enough and physical enough to fight through screens and stuff like that, because you don't get steals by not digging in and avoiding contact.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's part of the reason why steals is kind of predictive. Is like when I watch Marcus Smart get a ton of steals, like you see his competitiveness shine through and he racks up a lot of steals. And I think that probably correlates with why those players develop above average. It's because the people who kind of have the competitiveness to kind of like fight through and rack up a bunch of steals are also going to have the competitiveness to like really spend all the time in the gym and work hard and develop their game.
Right. No, and not to equate like my playing with anything at this level, but like the hardest guys to go against are the especially you're talking about Smart or something like that, is a guy who plays with sort of a controlled fury, and Smart obviously has that. So it's just that willingness to just get after it, and that's I'm not saying that Adams has that necessarily defensively, but he to be able to produce the way he does without the kind of the huge size or quote unquote tools. I mean, there's something else going on there that lets him play at that level of basketball against people with more quote unquote talent than he has, and still be, I don't want to say dominant, but extremely effective.
Yeah, definitely.
And Wow, I'm just Bruno Cabocla.
Bruno Cabocla. It's the Bruno Cabocla draft, and we're all living in
Yeah.
it.
I think maybe, yeah. It's a good,
So
that's a good band name, Bruno Cabocla.
man, so
Or
Kenny,
Bruno and the Caboclas.
Bruno and the Caboclas.
Oh,
So the Jazz are up, by the way, with in my opinion, a lot of good players on the board. What direction do you think they go?
I mean,
if they get Capella and Exum, that is like the nut high. The Jazz win the draft.
I think so too. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Hood is terrible. So I guess Mazin Shabazz wins the award for being the
wow.
last man in the green room. You know,
Ooh, that's a bummer. I just saw my TV's a little behind. That's
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah. yeah. I mean, if I'm a Jazz fan, it's like as a Celtics fan. Like honestly, I like James Young way more than Rodney Hood.
Yeah, obviously. Obviously.
It's like
Sad
we got
trombone.
Marcus Smart. That's all that matters. If I'm a Jazz fan, I'm just like whatever. We got Dante Exum. That's all that matters. Rodney Hood has a good offensive package. He can shoot. He can shoot off the dribble. He can pass. He has a good feel for the game. He can kind of get to the rim. Although there was one hilarious play this season where he just flashed to the hoop and it was completely unguarded and he cocked back for a huge dunk. And he didn't even just miss, but he got rejected by the front of the rim. And I was like, that just doesn't really strike me as somebody who's going to be like an offensive superstar in the NBA. Because he's not the best passer or the best shooter in the world. And then, his defense is just like, if you ever wanted to be amused, just like watch him play defense. He's just always faked out and juked and moved by. So,
here's a question: is he a guy who is going to be like, a little bit like Tim Hardaway Jr. was this year? Maybe a guy who does some things on offense and is like, wow, we got a steal late in the draft, and then is like, no, actually he's scoring 10 and giving up 18.
Yeah, that's actually something that Rodney Hood might be like. Because Rodney Hood is like, I like his offensive game. If he was like competent defensively or like slightly above average defensively, he's like a solid 3-and-D role player. Or at least he might be.
Right. But the problem is he's not, right?
Yeah, he's not. And it's not just like, even if I want to say, all right, maybe my eye test isn't perfect. Well, still, he had the lowest steal and he had really bad steal and block rates. Duke had like the worst defense they've had since Coach K's been there. And I think Hood was last in the team on D rating in terms of all the big players, even though he's a forward and you have plenty of guards who weren't great defensively. So, I think signs are I just think he's probably hopeless on defense. He doesn't, even though he has better tools than McDermott. McDermott just seemed like he kind of had at least a clue of how to fit in on defense in spite of his tools.
And also McDermott is big.
Yeah, he's a big guy. It didn't translate into defensive success though, but at least he's big. It's not like he's already a small guy.
But he's not a guy who's gonna die on screens.
Right.
So you're not gonna be able to run if he's somehow guarding Dirk Nowitzki or something like that. You're not gonna be able to run a 4-1 pick and roll and then just there's Dirk shooting.
Right.
Because I couldn't fight through this point guard screen. That's whereas Hood is a guy who, from what you're describing, is a guy who might just die on screens, Jamal Crawford level defensive effort.
But by the way, I just for the record, Clint Capella on your board, Dean, was rated ahead of the #1 overall pick, Wiggins. I still buy that. But that represents a lot of value.
I rated him ahead of the top 2 picks. And I thought I was like, is this an okay
Hold on,
or not?
we got a pick. Finally, an early one.
Is it Clay Anthony early? Oh, never mind. Sorry, that's terrible.
Okay, Napier just went. Maybe he's a part of a trade. It's unclear. So they basically went Kemba and then Bazzi, huh? They wanted to reunite the guys.
That's a pretty Jordan-esque pick, where he's just taking
Yeah,
old college superstar does not have a ton of upside. I mean, it's not the worst pick, but it's a Jordan-esque pick.
No, and Napier is again. I think we talked about this earlier. He's a guy who 5 years ago certainly doesn't get picked this early, but also 5-10 years ago just isn't an NBA player because of the 10 years ago because of the rule set, 5 years ago because the implications of the rule set hadn't been fully fully taken into account. I mean, can he be like a Patty Mills type player? That's
Definitely.
that's not a star.
That's probably the role he has going forward. Yeah.
That's not a
he
star,
can be
but
he can be a Patty Mill. So I think it would have been pretty ridiculous if he was kind of a top 20 pick, but late in the first, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, a chucker undersized combo guard isn't as useless a player as it might have once been.
Right. Right. That's true.
Yeah, but anyway, I kind of want to. What do you guys think of? We all like KJ. What do you guys think of KJ's line? There are a lot of smart teams that have picked, and they just haven't taken KJ. Is that
I mean, for my money, KJ and Capella, those guys, Spencer Dinwiddie as well. There's Kyle Anderson. There's a lot of guys that I would love to have on my team.
I mean, it seems like a lot of kind of the quote unquote analytics darlings are still out there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they've really slipped. And I think they're wrong to have slipped. I think that that's a market inefficiency. But we won't know for another 5 years, basically.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Well, but the thing is
apparently, by the way, I hate to interrupt the party, but the Miami Heat apparently they traded for that pick. It is not the Charlotte Bobcats.
Ooh, Charlotte is getting smarter, and before they take I don't know, somebody just awful, but
yeah. So this was a trade up for the Heat.
Oh, good. The Rockets pick now. This will be interesting. The Rockets can't really take Capella because they have White. I guess they can take him as a
well, they could, and they could stash him. Yeah, which might make sense for their cap. Right?
They can stash him along with New Orleans for New Orleans' pick.
All right, I'll say a name we haven't brought up, but recently I really like Ingles for Houston. I think Ingles is a great fit there.
Talk to me about Ingles. He's a guy who I know as little about as anyone named Bruno Cabocla.
Okay, he's basically 19. His PLS is like young with average stats. So he's like, stat models kind of rate him similarly to Wiggins. He doesn't have Wiggins tools, but he does have he basically measured with LeBron's body. He's like
now this is coming back. I think we talked about it.
And he has longer arms. And DX says he has good lateral quicks and he moves his feet well defensively. He's good at staying in front of his matchup. He can guard 2 through the 4, even though he has legitimate power forward size. He can't score. He's not athletic. He's not explosive. He's not a high usage scorer.
Hey guys, real quick, just to announce the details. Apparently, the Heat threw in their second rounder, which is the 55th overall, so not a very valuable one to jump up the 2 spots. And there might be a conditional second. So basically, the Hornets are dropping down, paying the rookie slightly less money. The Heat get the guy that they wanted, and the Hornets get another pick. So that's more or less the details of this trade.
Well, that's fine for the Heat. Anyway, you can go ahead, Seth.
I mean, that's fine for both teams. I mean, it's a decent,
it makes sense.
Little bit of arbitrage for the Hornets.
Yep.
I mean, assuming that they kind of have to want to. Kyle Anderson seems like a reasonable selection for them.
Oh yeah, Kyle Anderson is actually interesting because he has a really similar profile to Royce White, who they took a few years ago. And now I don't think he's Royce White.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was talking about for Charlotte again.
Oh, for Charlotte?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say Kyle Anderson makes a lot of sense for Houston too.
Isn't PJ Hairston the most?
PJ Hairston to me makes a lot of sense for them. I agree on that one.
Yeah, I think PJ Hairston makes sense because they like Troy Daniels enough to play in the playoffs. So PJ Hairston
exactly.
Sort of like the souped up first round version of Troy Daniels. Where,
exactly. Yep.
He does other things besides relentlessly launch threes.
Yeah. And since stuff like attitude problems don't seem to matter to Houston, so it's a Hairston's kind of off the court issues are a market inefficiency to Mr. Morey, perhaps.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense if they go PJ. I'm really intrigued. I can't believe Levine went to the Timberwolves. That you almost can't script anything better than that.
Yeah. If I think Steve McPherson on Twitter has had some stuff talking about. Let me read out a tweet. Saunders also poked a finger in the eye of analytics by describing how he liked the way Levine leaned forward when he talked to him.
I'll show them stat nerds.
Yeah. Okay, the full Saunders quote. When you talk to Levine, he's on the edge of his seat, gathering information from you somewhat like a sponge, and that's why you took him 13th.
Oh my God. So I mean, wow. I hope they get bent over in a Kevin Love swap, flat out.
They will. It's
They will.
inevitable.
Yeah, that's true. Somebody tweeted about that. Someone needs to tell Flip he is on the edge of his seat. Oh wait, because he's trying to. Okay, that's not that funny actually.
Yeah. He's on the edge of his seat because it's really hot.
Yeah, exactly.
There's your joke. There it is.
That's
Thank
the
you.
joke. Thank you.
And, yeah. This is, and again, this is evidence why it's better to fire your GM too early than too late. Because these are no, seriously. Because Saunders is making moves, including coaching that are
It takes a long time to recover from these, is what you're saying.
Well, and he's if I do nothing, I'm getting fired. Anything, so let's do something crazy that could work 10% of the time.
All right.
It's basically if you could it's basically, to make a political analogy, it was McCain selecting Sarah Palin. I could do nothing and I'll lose by 4. I could do something crazy and maybe something will happen. And from that perspective, it makes sense, but it's still dumb.
Yeah. So we've got the Houston pick in. I think PJ makes a lot of sense, although Houston honestly could go a lot of ways, and I'll probably like their draft. So
I'm going Inglis as my vote, with Kyle as my second vote, and PJ as my third vote.
Yeah, Simmons is saying he thinks they're going to go foreign.
That's a good point Simmons made, actually.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank God Maury's the one who took Capella.
I know. So wait, he is there. I thought so. He's actually. Huh.
Yeah, I mean.
Look, he should have gone a lot sooner.
I don't know. Maybe not. There are a lot of smart teams who picked. I don't know if it's like. You would think that smart teams would get smarter, but it's like Drummond slid, and that's 9 ahead of. And there were some. I think there might have been some okay.
Yeah,
teams.
but let's not pretend that there's not like Drummond doesn't become Drummond all the time.
Well, I mean, what about DeAndre Jordan? And I guess what my point is like, first of all, there's not reason to believe that Capella can't become them based on his stats, because he does have kind of.
Well, no, there's no. I mean, like you say, he can't, but there's the reason to believe why he won't is because it's most players of this profile become Alexis Ajinça or something like that. It's not exactly the same.
Fun fact, Seth. Clint Capella had like a PER like 0.1 worse than Alexis Ajinça in the French league this year, in spite of being 8 years younger than him. And Alexis Ajinça went 18th overall, and Clint Capella went 25th overall.
Yeah, and look where
in his prime. Like,
look where Alexis Ajinça is now.
Alexis Ajinça is back in the league, though. That's the thing. Remember?
Okay, but he's
he posted like a 15 PER last year.
Yeah,
anyway,
and the point is, if he's back in the league and Capella is where he is now, and he's still very young, that's not a bad place to be.
Yeah,
it's not.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not a bad place to be, but it's just the reason to suspect, there's reason to suspect that projects don't pan out because most
of course,
don't.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
he's a gamble. It's just
Yeah.
at this point, it's a very good gamble. Is the key.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm just you're talking about why maybe teams for whatever reason don't want to gamble. And,
All right. Well,
who don't want to make that kind of gamble for whatever reason, whether it's roster construction, where they are as a team. I don't like, for example, does it make sense for a team that is in need to add talent now mode to draft a Clint Capella if there's a similar ready to play prospect? Of course not. And at a certain point, you're wondering how much of a haircut you're willing to take on that kind of ephemeral value before it's you're just giving up too much. And and there's you can a guy like that you can the range is so big. Like if you had him ranked anywhere from a sure bust to a 60% above average rotation player, there are reasonable. I would think that there are those numbers completely made up, but you know what I mean. There are heuristics and models that you can come up with that make sense that would have him anywhere in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I mean I think you made a good point about the risk that teams are willing to take on. Because I have to say that when I make my draft models, I'm completely blind to risk. Like I'm a slave to EV. Variance is kind of just like a part of my life naturally. So I don't really view it as a positive or a negative. I'm just like variance is there and that's okay. As long as the EV is there, I'm happy. I think a lot of teams are going to be scared by taking, the next Alexis Aginsa or the next Kevin Serafine or, the next, whoever. And I think that's definitely why a lot of teams passed on it. And also because, there were red flags that said, well, he was great for his French team, but he looked terrible in these all-star camps. So, was he just sort of kind of dependent on the ball movement and system or, the level of defense? Is he a Tyrus Thomas who just kind of dominated on tools? But for me, the way I see it, the reason why I rank Capella ahead of Wiggins is that it's just they're both defensive athletic prospects. But it's just so much easier to make a huge impact at center defensively. It's just so easy when you have that length, that level of mobility.
Hey, we've got the Heat pick.
Oh, the Charlotte thing. All right.
The Horncats pick. Ooh, trade. What?
Yeah, this is just the
Okay.
pick. Or they're just confirming it.
Well, I mean,
Just making it official.
Think of the wonders that Thibs is going to be able to work with Anthony Randolph. There it is.
Yeah.
So PJ Hairston to Charlotte. It's hard to hate on that.
I think it's probably the correct pick at this point. They need outside shooting and some scoring ability as well as some upside in a way. They'll offer that. He's big. I like it. What do you think, Dean? So does that mean you like it too, Dean?
Yeah, I was just running to the bathroom really quickly. But, yeah.
All good.
It's a fun pick. I like PJ. I have PJ ranked 20th, so he's good value here. I know stat models don't like him, but I mean Kevin Pelton's model actually likes him a lot, which is box score stats. But VJ doubts that he's too much of a jump shooter. But I think this is a good time to gamble on him.
Yeah,
and I think in general stat models are just kind of just leave a lot to be desired. Is kind of what I'm learning tonight. Anyway, go ahead, Seth.
No, and the stat models are in a vacuum, and PJ like for a team like Charlotte, just a jump shooter is not a negative.
Right.
A jump shooter. You forget the just. A jump shooter. Great. We don't have any of those. Let's get one. Can he defend his position and shoot when teams double team Al Jefferson or try to trap Kemba Walker into pick and roll? Yes. Okay. Good. That works.
He can soak up some badly needed wing minutes as well.
Yes.
For that. I like it. I think that I'm not super high on him becoming something really big or strong, but as far as fitting their team and making them better immediately, he does that.
And that's given where they are as an organization.
In the draft, you take it. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a perfectly fine. They're like it seems like teams that are kind of in that middle slot, like going for the home run, it seems that's the worst time to do it. If you're already really good or really bad, maybe taking that swing for the fences makes more sense. But if you're a team that kind of is in the middle and cares about being competitive for the playoffs and stuff like that, like getting some productivity there is probably a fine way to go.
Yeah.
Getting locking in some reasonably certain productivity. I don't know. You can come up with all kinds of like theories on when to draft for what and stuff like that, but it's at least makes sense to take a quote unquote safer pick there for Charlotte that fills up a position of need.
If you look at, I mean, like the guy as far as stat models love though, that's still on board is Kyle Anderson.
Yeah.
And I thought for sure he was going to be a first rounder. He might not be.
And now Phoenix is up again, and Phoenix still has too many dudes.
They do. At this point, I mean, Inglis sounds reasonable to me. What do you think, Dean?
Inglis, KJ. I mean, we can't say Capella anymore, thank God.
Finally, huh?
Inglis, KJ. Hold on, I'm gonna look at my big board. Who's even less? Jarnell Stokes, maybe. Dinwiddie. I don't know. I wouldn't mind Jokic here.
Oh yeah, Jokic.
Or
Yeah.
Kyle. Pretty much.
Micic.
Yeah, I can't pronounce that guy.
Yeah, if they need a fourth point guard, they could take.
Yeah. Well, maybe they're dealing Bledsoe for Kevin Love and Zach LaVine.
Hey, if they're dealing Bledsoe or Dragic for Kevin Love, then that makes the Ennis pick look pretty sweet.
Well,
Yeah.
I've heard reports that Ennis apparently might be going to Toronto. Who knows what? But
So the Suns
maybe
want
for Caboclo.
For Caboclo?
Maybe the Suns need Caboclo to.
Caboclo, still the pick of the draft easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope Caboclo was a Suns pick, so then we can just say McDonough is a weird drafter.
No, it actually, if there's a team that makes sense for, it's them because an asset that's not going anywhere for 4 years, for a team that already has 12 guys under contract and 3 more picks and more picks coming, and all right, a guy who we don't have to worry about him. We can leave him out there, and he's an asset to throw in trades in the future. Blah blah blah. Like the team that least able to take on players soon is Phoenix, right? Just in terms of roster and rotation spots.
Yeah, definitely, but still Caboclo of all the people. Though.
Right.
It's like, yeah, like I get the logic of how he fits, but Caboclo.
Yeah. Right, I know.
I don't know. Maybe he has like an 8-foot wingspan and like a 50-inch vertical.
I didn't say it makes sense. I said it makes the most sense.
All right, I agree with that.
I work with me here. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm still just. We're going to be talking about that pick for years. Hey, you remember Bruno Caboclo? Or maybe, hey, remember when the Raptors stole Bruno Caboclo?
Maybe
this is that's a Dean. You're not a soccer fan, but Rob is. This is a little bit like. The vibe I kind of got was when Manchester United paid $7 million for a homeless guy.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? You remember when they signed Bebe?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a little bit. For some reason, that's.
I'm still shaking my head. It's crazy.
How did that work out?
How do you think it worked out?
Yeah.
Possibly.
You be the judge there.
I think he may have played twice for Manchester United. Maybe. He was a big athletic dude who no.
Man, so Jarnell Stokes is not going to be a first rounder. That's too bad. I was really rooting for him.
He can still get there.
Yeah.
I mean also we still have this whole second round, and Philly has 5 picks. The Celtics might try to buy a pick. The second round could be interesting.
There are a lot of guys I like on the board. Let's just to go through my top 20 picks are Inglis, McDaniels, Anderson, Jokic, Dinwiddie, Stokes, then Micic, and then it gets pretty obscure. But yeah, those are by far my best players available.
Did you say early? No.
Early's like I am not an early fan.
All right, fair enough.
I'm a big bear on early, but it's mostly because of statistical indicators. It seems like he just doesn't have the assist rate to like fit in at all.
Here comes Adam. Oh, trade.
Yeah, this is just the confirmation.
That is.
I mean, this future first round pick, it has to be heavily protected, right? Because that's
who knows? I mean, it doesn't. It almost doesn't matter.
Doesn't make sense, right?
Doesn't matter what the protection is. If it was like had to be the 30th pick.
Right.
Oh, there's the international guy.
All right, so that makes sense. So he's a stash away for them. Bogdan, they needed that.
Yeah.
He doesn't really rate that highly though, as far as like warp forecasts and whatnot. I'm not really convinced that he's an NBA player.
Yeah.
Neither is his brother, I don't think.
Well, from what I gather, is he has good tools and he looked good in workouts and he has good defensive potential. And the reason why Warp doesn't like him is because he has a really low 2-point percentage. And I think if there's like any place where I want to try to put him to kind of fix that flaw, it's with Jeff Hornacek. You know, if I feel like if Jeff Hornacek can make Gerald Green an offensive weapon, he can make a guy who shoots like 42% on twos. Because he gets good, he's okay from three. He's like mid-30s from three. He gets like 5 assists a game for, you know, a genuine wing. So if you can figure, you know, Hornacek cleans up his shot selection, I think he's a pretty interesting value.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. They needed a stash like that. That we get, and like, you know, athletic wings, you know, who can shoot. I like investing in that. We'll see. We'll see though. I mean, again, his projections weren't that kind. It's not. I mean, he's young, but he's not like super young, right?
He's got legit size, so you know. Yeah. I mean, we're definitely getting to the point where, you know, of the international guys, you kind of like, well, you can see how it could work. And,
well, no, because I feel like there's a couple of guys that are clear value ahead of him. Like, you know, again, Jokic. You know, I would have liked to see him go.
Wow.
By the way,
I'm not.
It's Jokic, just as FYI.
I know. I just like calling him Jokic. Sometimes I know the pronunciations. I just don't care.
and next thing you're going to start calling him Novak because it's like Djokovic but different. And then,
right. Exactly.
And for those who don't know him, Rob has been. It's been. Some people have alleged that Rob bears a physical resemblance to Novak Djokovic. So
I do get that a lot.
Full circle.
Yeah, full circle. Exactly. I do get that a lot.
It's between Novak Djokovic, Manu Ginobili, and ex-Argentinian national team striker Diego Milito. So there you go. Those are the Rob player comps.
Absolutely. So,
Yeah.
Although it's more like Novak playing basketball and Manu playing tennis, I guess.
Yeah.
Something like that. So, just rewinding a little bit as far as we're rounding out our first round, which is exciting. We've got the Clippers, then we have the Thunder, and then we have the Spurs.
Doc Rivers pick, I could care less who he takes. He'll probably take a scrub, as far as I'm concerned. The teams I'm looking forward to are the Thunder and the Spurs. The Spurs, they have a choice of a lot of good passing players here.
I mean, you just feel like no matter who the Spurs pick, it's going to be a great pick. You know, like they have the most confidence.
Going to get Kyle Anderson, right?
Of course.
Kyle Anderson, English, or Jokic. Those are three great passers. English isn't a great passer, but he's a good enough passer. And Jokic and Anderson are great passers, and they both fit great with the Spurs. And also the Spurs like taking French players too, so English is probably on their radar. So I predict they take one of that trio, and I guess Dinwiddie could be on the radar too, but I feel better about the other three for the Spurs.
I mean, Dinwiddie and Anderson both seem like very Spursy players, though, don't they?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think anybody who can move the ball is a Spursy player. And Dinwiddie can, Anderson can, Jokic can, English can. So the Spurs, I'm really pulling for to take somebody who is, near the top of my big board at this point. And also the Thunder. The Thunder draft well.
They do draft well, but I'm kind of upset that they're going to get a decent prospect to fall for them here.
Yeah, well, they might. Do you think they take Kyle Anderson here, or do you think they go international?
I think they go international. That's kind of been their That I feel like they go international. I'll leave it at that.
Well, I don't think they're going to go Jokic with McGarry and Adams and Ibaka already there.
We're kind of
no, the point guard. I can't pronounce his name, so I'm going to let you guys do it.
Micic?
Yes,
Micic?
yes. That's who I think they're
Micic?
going to go.
Oh,
I don't know.
I mean, KJ is still out there, by the way.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean KJ. I'm just kind of as a prospect because he just has his work. He doesn't have a great offensive skill, and he is kind of small. Like his block rate just isn't going to translate. But I don't know. I still think KJ can be a pretty good value.
I'm just surprised how much he slipped. I was really high on him. I really want to, I'm very curious is the best way of putting it.
Well, I mean, I think in general, perimeter D is not something that gets valued that much. Partially because it's hard to project and quantify, obviously, but it's certainly not something that. I mean, you see it with Rodney Hood going where he did. That perimeter offense still is more valued than perimeter defense, right?
Right. No, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for
Oh,
sure.
by the way, the name, somebody just tweeted about it because when I was telling about the guy that went, that was actually too old to get drafted. It was Tengwe Ngumbo. And the reason it was tweeted is that apparently the Timberwolves let go of his draft rights last season on the sly.
Wait, then how do you let go of his draft rights?
So the Clippers take C.J. Wilcox. Nobody doesn't really move the needle for me.
That's a terrible pick.
Huh.
That's like I don't see how C.J. Wilcox is better than like Willie Green. He seems like the second coming of Willie Green at best.
He's a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
He's like an inch taller. Yeah.
And and Willie Green isn't super. I mean, again, just looking at him, he looks like he's got better wingspan.
That highlight they just showed seemed like a total travel, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not impressed with Doc Rivers, the GM. I had the Clippers as 21st in my GM rank. And I had Wilcox as not even draftable. So
no, I think this is something we talked about, on Clipper blog a little bit. Is at the end of the Thunder series is kind of the ways in which Doc Rivers, the GM, had sort of failed Doc Rivers, the coach.
Doc Rivers, the coach. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He's nothing without Danny Ainge. Although he does have Chris Paul and Blake Griffin to kind of make up for that, but it's kind of. I think it's going to be hard for them to get over the championship hump unless they get LeBron. Well, I don't know. Wilcox, in my mind, just doesn't add any value.
It just seems like if that's the way you're going, it just seems like there are better options. I don't know, like. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm stretching to think that there's if you're going for a wing shooter that there still could have done better.
Hey, we have a new a comment that I should pass along, Seth. Nath, who is he's been on the podcast with me before, said that's a weird looking dog in your photo.
That's funny.
Come on, that's an old joke.
That is an old joke. That's the greatest. That's the greatest poker table talk joke of all time.
He means well. This, of course.
No, that's
yes.
and Mr. Pizzolatto, that's my child.
That is my child.
Yeah. Let's finish the joke. Thank you very much.
Come on, that was a great.
That's good. That's well played.
Yeah.
Bastard.
So who picks first? Oh, I have a ton of Twitter notifications popping up.
Oh, if you had any questions, absolutely, relay them.
Yeah, well, Nath Pizzolatto asked if Capella was a great pick. Basically, you should be pumped about the Rockets taking Capella, and I answered him on Twitter, but yes, definitely. Like, he can't play with Dwight Howard, but I think it's just so easy for him to be useful. He'll be a fine backup. I think he can be a backup right away, possibly, not definitely, but possibly. And, the value just has to be there. Like, toolsy athletic bigs who have defensive upside, it's just so easy to be useful. And the stats are there for Capella. So I don't see how it's not a great gamble at 25. I can see how I might have erred ranking him ahead of Jabari and Wiggins. Although I'm not saying I definitely erred, I might have erred. But,
at 25, he has to be great value. And I think it shows by the fact that Morey took him in spite of his wife being there, being in front of him, and then being unable to play together.
By the way, just as far as some closure or a little bit more about our favorite draft choice, Bruno Caboclo. Mark Stein was tweeting that apparently he was a known commodity and he was way high in the Toronto draft board. So rather than taking him in the second, they just wanted to make sure they got their man. So there you go. That was the rationale there.
Okay.
I'm just relaying what I read. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, he has to be really good. He has to be like, as high on their board.
The tools have to be the.
Yeah. The tools have to be there, and they have to think. Not only is this guy top board, but he's miles ahead of everybody, and it would crush our soul if he got sniped before we pick in the second round.
That's true.
Although the way things are going, they're going to get like Kyle Anderson in round 2, unless one of OKC or San Antonio has a pretty good chance of taking him.
Whoa! By the way, Rick Bucher, breaking news. Apparently, Lowry is very possibly signed and traded to Miami for cash and picks.
What?
Really?
That's what sources are saying.
Well, you almost got that right. Tyler Ennis is taking the job of the person who's going to Miami. If he's going to Toronto. Is he going to Toronto still? I don't know. I don't know where anybody's going.
Yeah, that sounds crazy, right?
A quick response on Twitter to that is Bucher needs new people. If his people are telling him that, but I don't know if that's if that's accurate or not. It could be right. That sounds why?
I don't know. It's being retweeted by Chris Sheridan and whatnot. It's look. This is not Waj level or quite even Mark Stein, but it's fairly repeatable.
You got to remember that Sheridan was the guy who didn't have LeBron in a first-team All-NBA.
That's true.
So
Okay, well, here's the good news: is the 3 of the next 4 picks: Presti, Pop, and Hinkie.
Yeah. So at least we've got some the big guns. Time to draft for that.
And we have
speaking of which, the Oklahoma pick is in, so we'll get to hear from Silver.
One of the Raptors beat guys asks, early reports have Caboclo wearing number what? And for square root of 2. That's just irrational. Anyway, math jokes.
What? But this guy wasn't even on your draft board, Dean.
Who?
Josh Huestis?
Whoa! I didn't even think about him. I put him in like 80 to 100, 81 to 100.
Yeah, 81 to 100. There was no right about him. Yeah, I guess 81 to 100.
I just didn't look at him. Stat models didn't like him, and I just didn't really think he didn't really strike me as a first round prospect. But I don't know. Maybe he's really good defensively.
I mean, the problem is if he's really good defensively, that kind of adds to the Thunder's having too many one of their problems is they have too many kind of one-way players, right?
Wow.
I mean, I'm looking at his stats, and first of all, he never passes. He's 6'7". He's a 6'7" tweener who never passes. He's a good rebounder. He had an 18 usage and a 110 O rating. He's a career 32% three-point shooter, 61% free throw shooter. He was a 4-year senior.
What are they doing?
He had a good block. Not KJ level, but how old is he? He's 22. He turns 23 in December.
Whoa! Sorry, you gotta you buried the lead on the Toronto thing. The Bucher thing is source. Toronto looking to sign and trade Kyle Lowry to Miami for cash and future picks. Part 2. Bosch opts out, returns to Toronto.
Oh.
So,
well,
yeah. Exactly. All right.
What is going on?
That's wow. I mean, okay.
So, by the way, Hustis, as far as the picture, he reminds me as far as how he looks as Josh
Josh
Childress.
Childress, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, but I don't get the appeal because he's not a scorer. He's not a shooter. He's not a passer. He's extremely old.
He's a good defender, which like we said, Oklahoma City has too many dudes who are already like
They
they're
can do one thing, but not another.
yeah.
But why him? Why not KJ? Why not Inglis? Why is Hustis their defensive stopper here?
Right. I mean, it must have been something either interviews or medically or something, right? There has to be some reasoning for it.
I mean, I think he probably played well at like a lot of the like Portsmouth or something.
Yeah, the OKC beat guy is tweeted out Josh Andre Roberson Hustis, which
Right.
is
Well, that's exactly what they did last
yeah, they
year.
drafted the
Yeah.
exact same guy last year.
Right.
Like Andre Robertson had a great. He was loved by statistical models, and Hustis is like not draftable according to stat models.
Well, because Roberson
he's-
was a couple years younger, right?
Right. Well, Hustis has really long arms. It sounds like. And I guess he has good tools. They say athleticism, size, length, defensive potential. I guess his shot got better at a certain
The
point.
Spurs,
like-
the Spurs are going to get Kyle Anderson, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, by the way.
I think he killed Portsmouth, Josh Eustace. He has terrific size for an NBA small forward. It's big enough to see minutes. His outside shooting. He has solid form, and I guess it's getting better. I guess he's just a great defensive player, and he's just a really smart defender.
So here's a fair point about the a counterpoint to the sign and trade is how can you discuss a sign and trade if teams aren't allowed to speak to players yet? It's a good point.
That is a fairly good point. And why are you drafting Shabazz Napier if you're going to sign and trade for Kyle Lowry? What happens to Mario Chalmers?
Well, clearly they're going to let Chalmers go, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Guess so. All right. I hope the Spurs just give us something. Oh, apparently Woj was saying that the Thunder were looking at Glenn Robinson 3.
And then they're just like, no. That's just funny. He's like, they're thinking about taking Glenn Robinson, but they're not sure. No, they're not taking Robinson. Like, you don't really get that sort of reporting.
All right. So end of the first round here.
Well, you know what? It should be Kyle Anderson, given their love of passing, but I'm still sticking with the French connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just hope they pick somebody who makes sense.
Wow.
I mean, I think any of early Anderson, McDaniels makes sense. I know you don't love early, but play some D, stand there in the corner and make threes. What do you think about is it Jahi or Jahai Carson?
Jahi?
Yeah, what do you think about him?
I don't know. I don't like him. He's fast. He's athletic, but he's tiny. He doesn't play defense. He's not a great shooter. He's not a great playmaker. He can't finish over length. And it's just like he's kind of old. So he's also has a reputation of being a selfish and a bad locker room guy. So it's just sort of like
he's JJ Barea 2.0.
Yeah, great comparison. That actually is a really great comparison. Because he did take a shot.
Hey, guys, wait, hold on.
Of course they do.
Kyle.
Because of course the guy that everyone likes drops to the Spurs.
Yep. Of course the Spurs kill this pick. Man, so that leaves at the top of my board English KJ Yuckic.
Hey guys, I'm back. Kyle Anderson, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, that's a win. I'm glad they got him.
Yeah. I'm just glad when smart teams make picks that make sense to me. It makes me feel like at least there's like a little bit of solvability to this draft thing. I mean, Kyle Anderson going to the Spurs is one of the most perfect picks of the
Yeah.
first
I mean,
round.
exactly.
Really
This.
is.
I mean, he can space the
Sorry. Go ahead.
he can space the floor, and he's just a great passer, and he fits perfectly into the DR role. He has really long arms, so I don't think his tools are good. I'm surprised Jordan Adams went 8 slots ahead of him, because to me, Anderson was the guy who kind of scouted a little bit better than Adams, because Anderson has sort of, the ball handling and the point guard skills and the size and the length, and Adams just was a garbage man, kind of, like a really elite garbage man.
But the thing you wonder about is the stuff that makes Anderson look so good in college is it's a different version, but it's kind of bully ball. It's I'm bigger and longer than you, so I can make this pass. And if we get to the point where he's not, then can he? And that's the question about him, though. I mean, if you want to design a team for him to go to where he makes the most sense.
Well, I would counter that by saying who's the bigger bully between Kyle and Adams. Because Adams is strong for his position and Kyle kind of isn't. And also, Adams kind of has like the size that's going to, like, where he's not going to be able to bully anybody in the NBA.
Yeah.
He could bully some small guards in college. Kyle still has a great wingspan for a power forward even. So he can still get his passes around NBA defensive players. Maybe he'll have a tough time shooting over, Serge Ibaka, but he'll get his passes around and his length will still be there. Whereas Jordan Adams, his size is a much bigger problem.
Yeah. And I didn't mean bully ball in the sort of the same, the Julius Randle forearm in someone's chest.
No, I know
what you mean.
Yeah. I know what you mean. It's just you get buckets depending on being bigger than other people.
Yeah, and not just even buckets, but just his effectiveness is based on the fact that I am taller and longer than than anyone guarding me, so that allows me to see plays that just no other kind of point guard, point forward player in the NCAA can make at this level of competition. And then if if he's being guarded by a 6'4" guy, there's a pass he can make. Whereas if he's being guarded by a 6'7" guy, it's a pass that gets tipped and we're going the other way. And that's obviously that's reductive, but that's obviously that's the worry about him.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the good news is that he still does have long arms for an NBA power forward. So and I think that they both kind of have both the UCLA guys kind of have that same concern, but I'm rooting for both of them. They're just such an interesting pair of characters that I just want them to succeed. So the guys that I was rooting for, Stokes, Dinwiddie, KJ, Yuckic, English, those are my guys available, and then Micic. So this second round has some pretty good prizes. And then interestingly, all my late first rounders are just completely wiped off the board. I have my second round sleepers of Javon McCray and Kendrick Perry, who definitely weren't going to be off the board at this point regardless. There's like Walter Tavares, Glenn Robinson III, Samaj Christian, Jeremy Grant, Artem Flamenco. So my draft board's really polarized right now. It's like 5 really good prizes, and then 6 really good prizes, and then just a bunch of random stuff, a bunch of random crap.
It seems like maybe we say this every year, but it does seem like there are are more guys like that guy could maybe could make a roster and be a rotation player in the second round than there are in many years. Am I imagining that, or does it just seem like there's still some dudes out there, you know?
I think it's definitely true. I mean, Kyle Anderson was, VJL had him as the number 2 statistical prospect in the draft, and he just went 30th overall.
Yeah.
And I think there's, the Spurs took him, so that obviously kind of verifies that it's a legit pick. But, I think
the Spurs took him at 30 though, so it's not.
Yeah, but the Spurs routinely get good value at 30, and it seems like this in 30 in this draft is kind of like an early 20s pick in a normal draft. I feel like
Bruno Cabocla.
I know, Bruno Cabocla. I would bet everything that Kyle Anderson's going to outperform Bruno Cabocla, by the way.
Well, certainly for the next 4 years.
I don't know. I wouldn't bet everything because I don't know what Bruno Cabocla is.
Bruno Cabocla. I don't think I need another argument, okay?
It's the only argument I need.
The only argument I need.
Is Bruno Cabocla.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
You really does Danny Green really? Okay, I have a problem with this. Danny Green should not count as a second-round gem because he got drafted by Cleveland, never played for them, got waived has been waived 4 times. Like, that's not a draft success. It's a guy who you picked up off the street success.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You've made this argument before, and I agree. When you quoted, P.J. Tucker and other guys like that, Patrick Beverley. The point is the guy that the team that drafted them are not the ones that are getting the value from the player. I agree.
Yeah. But at the same point, the point also holds that there are players available in the second round who are worth something.
Yes.
So maybe if Green was initially drafted to the Spurs, I know the Spurs cut him at one point. So
I think they cut him twice. I think that was the story.
But actually the real point is at this point in the draft, it's all about kind of getting the right opportunity, whether it's it's a team that has a plan for you right away, or someone gets hurt or someone gets traded, and then you're suddenly getting more minutes than maybe you thought you were going to, and then you have a chance to do something. Because the biggest problem with guys drafted now, even if they sign with teams, is they just never get playing time.
Right.
Yeah. So in terms of guys,
they already said the Milwaukee pick was in. That was a while ago. I'm not quite sure why they get another timer. What is the?
I don't know.
Because they had to have a word from our sponsors.
Yeah, it's kind of obnoxious, right?
Come on, Rob, get with the commercialism.
I know. It's obnoxious.
Man, I think one of the weird. Oh, you know who Milwaukee's taking? You want to spoil?
Sure.
Inglis! Go Bucks!
Right. Well, good job.
I think Inglis.
Is he coming over, or is he a stash?
They're not saying, but Inglis could very well be better than Jabari. It's weird because the Bucks have been killing their picks lately. Larry Sanders was good. John Henson probably good. I know he had bad plus minuses, but I think that's more so tanking than anything. Giannis, obviously a great pick.
Walters.
This is a great pick. But Jabari, Walters was a great pick. But the Jabari pick is just kind of like, yeah.
So, but they had to make it,
They didn't have to. They could have
taken Exum.
They could have been. Exum would have been such a baller move. It would have just been like, Exum's the YOLO pick.
And we all know you're all about the YOLO.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. No, actually, that was a point I wanted to get back to. Is about and I see your point about not caring about the risk and stuff like that. But I think that's the reason teams think about it is that owners, players, agents, coaches, GMs. These are all kind of independent actors, and so the risk isn't just this player doesn't turn out. Cleveland could have YOLO'd up every pick they had when they had LeBron, and it was the best, quote-unquote EV, but if they miss a bunch of them in a row, all of a sudden LeBron's like, screw this noise, I'm going to South Beach. And, that's an extreme example, but, it's something you do have to consider, right?
I get that argument, but here's my counter, is that My counter to that is basically, oh man, I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, so here's my counter, which is basically that I think the upside is also kind of correlated with the downside. So the fact that like everybody's saying, oh, XM's a mystery box, you have no idea what you're getting. Jabari is the safe pick. But I think Jabari, everybody's talking about, like, does he really have upside? Is he really just anything more than a chucker who doesn't play defense? He has a lot more downside that's getting played out. I don't think XM has quite as much downside as getting played out. Like, yeah, sure, we don't know if he's going to play defense. We don't know if he's going to be better or worse than his 9-game FIBA sample. He could be way worse than his 9-game FIBA sample. But just the fact that there's, like, that he might be... Go ahead.
No, I'm just watching these Inglis highlights, and I do not like his jumper form at all.
Oh yeah, he had good small sample shooting stats, but his jumper is a work in progress from all reports.
So
I don't know.
It's a shorter clock in the second round, right?
Yeah, it's 2 minutes.
And they
Okay,
also
good.
they roll picks through commercials too. So you come back from a commercial, and we had 2 picks, and this guy got drafted, and we might show his picture, and you'll never hear from him again.
Okay, I'm glad, just because as far as getting it moving along, you know.
Well, Woj is reporting that Philadelphia might take Glenn Robinson. I guess he's really got his ear on the floor for who's going to take GR3.
Who's this that reported it?
Woj.
Oh, okay.
So the question is are we keeping going until who gets drafted? That's like, who's the last guy? Who are the last guys we care about enough to keep babbling on about?
That's a good question. KJ McDaniels for sure, and Jarnell Stokes. I like those guys a lot.
I'm interested. I mean, he's a guy. Guys who I kind of think are still around who have a chance to be an interesting player. Is a guy like a Russ Smith. Obviously, there's obviously greater chance that he's nothing, but irrational confidence guy. Blah blah blah.
Dinwiddie for me.
Dinwiddie, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Like it's trying to think of there's other guys who I
assume that we would pretty
with.
much podcast up until they care about Walter Tavares or a couple of those. We would pretty much roll through maybe like pick 40 or so. If once a Peter's out, whatever's cool with you guys though.
Yeah, I mean, still got KJ out there. It's very surprising.
Yeah, KJ Stokes and Dinwiddie are my guys. So I'm gonna podcast through that, and after that, probably not. But up to you guys.
Oh, Nate Duncan tweets: Inglis has LeBron James' body when he was drafted, but can barely jump. Huh. Quicker laterally though, an okay set shot from 3, still young. Well, that's kind of a big difference. You have LeBron's
yeah,
body,
but I like
you
it.
can't
He's
jump.
got the body. I mean, the body's
Yeah.
that's half the battle, right?
So do we know who Philly took yet?
No.
There was a wash. Yeah, KJ McDaniels finally. Finally.
Oh, really? They took
Yep.
KJ?
Yep.
Nice.
By the way, who's the assistant commissioner? I was getting.
Mark Tatum. His name
All
is.
right.
And God, I like that. That makes me happy.
Yeah, me too.
Are we both eating at the same time?
Yeah, we're eating.
Come on, guys.
We've been doing this for 3.5 hours, Seth. Come on, cut us a break.
Has it really been that long? It hasn't been 3. It's been 2.5 hours.
3.5 hours.
3.5. You're right.
7:30. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I wanted to wind things down. What are you eating, Dean?
Cold pizza.
Oh, I'm having spaghetti and sausage.
This is probably gonna be the last deep dish pizza
That's-
I have in Chicago.
I deep dish pizza is overvalued. I can't
Oh, yeah,
believe
for
you take
sure.
that this early. I'm kidding. I really enjoy deep dish pizza.
I've had it like 3 times in my life. I think it's overvalued too because it's so heavy. But this one place has this really tasty deep dish pizza, and me and my roommate are both moving out to Chicago at the end of July. So we're kind of just going through our one last times at all these things.
Oh, congratulations on the move.
Well,
Where are you ending up?
thanks. Probably Mexico.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where. Either Playa del Carmen or Puerto Vallarta, probably. I don't know. But Mexico just seems pretty good for my purposes. Because I just want to move outside of the U.S. for betting, and Mexico has great weather, and I like all the food there, like guacamole and burritos and beans and tequila. Like, all those are like huge on my list. Like in all seriousness, they're just like huge on the list of things I like. So I'm just like, this is a really synergistic move, you know.
I'm moving to Mexico for guacamole.
That's the best thing I've ever heard.
Hey man, I believe that if they provide things that accommodate me, I'm just gonna have a good time there. And guacamole makes me happy. I will move for guacamole any day.
Yeah. So what should the Cavs be looking at now? Another wing? Like
I don't know.
Or I mean, Misic doesn't necessarily make sense because they got.
No, he doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Stokes maybe.
What's their big situation? They have so many undersized fours already.
I mean, they have Hawes, they have Thompson. They have
Is Haas
Marichal.
coming back?
I think they're going to re-sign him.
No.
Um.
Oh well, we're going to commercial, so we won't know.
You know,
It's the mystery.
I like Walter Tavares here if they want to go international. He's the guy who's 7'3" with a 7'10" wingspan.
What about the Russian dude, Klemenko?
Yeah, Klemenko wouldn't be bad.
Sorry, just fun stuff from Twitter. Stephen LeBron, Alex Wong, a friend from Twitter, says if you bump God level watching Bruno Caboclo clips, it actually feels like you're watching Kevin Durant. So
Wait, if you what?
if you play God level while watching Bruno Caboclo clips.
Hey, maybe he is the Brazilian Kevin Durant.
Well, you know what? I hope he is. I really hope so.
I mean, because like Masai's not an idiot. Like
No, he's a very smart GM. That's the thing. You know.
and like we don't know anything about him, and I think we're talking about all these internationals who we're in love with just based on their stats.
Right. So why can't it be him too? You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Why not Caboclo?
Exactly. Why not Caboclo? I think
Because who's Caboclo?
He's Bruno Caboclo. He's the Brazilian Kevin Durant, and you know.
Yeah, he doesn't even have stats to prove that or question that he's good.
Is he even a professional? Does he still on like primary school there?
He's a professional at recreational basketball. He just Kevin Durant's it up and pick up games. All right, so is Cleveland not picked yet? Oh, Cleveland's taking Joe Harris. That is not good. I don't see how it's good. It's like he did play for Virginia, who was a great defensive team.
But I don't know anything about Joe Harris. He was in your 80 to 100. What is there to know about him?
I mean, his stats were like okay, but he's a senior. He's not that athletic. He's not that big. Or no, he is good size. He's 6'6". He has decent size. He's a shooter and he's a decent passer. I guess his steal rate was all right for a white guy, but still, he's not really high usage. Stat models don't love him. He doesn't seem to have the best tools either. So, I mean, he just seems like a really bland prospect to me. Like, unless he actually is like a sneaky good defensive player, who can also, who has like handles to run the pick and roll. Because he can pass a little bit, but I mean, it just seems like I just don't get the Joe Harris love really, and the fact that Cleveland's taking him doesn't really make me question the Joe Harris love. I mean, it's possible. Like, I might have been understating him by placing him in like barely in the top 100. Like, he might be like a fine second round flyer, but I think he's still probably more mid to late second than early second, if anything. So do we have any good teams picking soon? I just feel like we have a murderer's row of just bad teams.
Well, that's
Speaking
fun
of bad
times, though.
teams, we have the Knicks picking.
Exactly.
So this will be entertaining at the minimum.
Russ Smith.
Is that who it is, or
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Oh, Russ Smith will be way too good for the Knicks. They need to just take something
Oh, they're taking Cleanthony early, who I hate, and you love Seth, but I hate this pick.
Well, I like less now because the anti-wisdom of the Knicks.
Well, here's the thing about Cleanthony early. As far as I can tell, his draft type is based on the fact that he had the game of his life against Kentucky in the tournament. He was off the draft radar until that happened. And the way that game worked is he just hit every single jump shot imaginable, and he finished like an alley-oop or two. And that's pretty much his game. He's a jump shooter. He's making jump shots. He's a good shooter. He's not a great shooter, but he's a good shooter. He's 23. He can jump. He has a good block rate for a wing. He can finish alley-oops. But he has a horrible assist rate, especially for a 23-year-old wing. He can't create his own shot. He barely created his own rim shots in the Missouri Valley Conference. He doesn't have a good stealer. He doesn't have a good defensive scouting reports. So it's kind of like, he's too small to play power forward. It's just kind of like you add up all those factors. Well,
He seems like a reasonable triangle offense wing, though, doesn't he?
Well, he can't pass. Don't you need a pass to be in a triangle?
I mean, he needs to be able to swing the ball, but he's not. I mean, assist rate doesn't mean he can't pass. It means he just doesn't get into the defense and create stuff, and that's not really the triangle doesn't necessarily do a lot of that.
I think it probably means he doesn't pass. He had 1.1 assists per 40 minutes in spite of having a 27.7 usage. If you're getting the ball that much, you need to average a lot more than 1 assist per 40 minutes, especially at age 23. And he had good teammates around him, but it was just the guys who were creating everything were Baker and Van Vliet. So it's, he's just a finisher.
I'll tell you what is something else to look forward to. 37 is the Raptors, so perhaps we can have another Bruno Caboclo.
Well,
they're going to
possibly take at 37. That would be. I mean, if they drafted you at 37, it wouldn't be as much of a
surprising as the Bruno Caboclo. Yeah.
I mean, I know for a fact they have seen tape on you.
That's true. Somehow I don't think they're going to draft me, though.
You might have aged out, so it's okay.
No, I think this is my last year of eligibility, I think. Not that I actually am expecting a call.
Yeah, that's a lot of guards that New York has on their roster.
Yeah, but they're probably losing, Melo and
they're going to trade Jump and
yeah, exactly.
You got to figure that. If you were a good team, would you at least inquire about Prigioni?
He's so old. I mean, I like Prigioni, but I mean he's really old and he's like a good backup point guard.
So,
really,
if you're
Oklahoma
City, you call up and say, "Hey, you want our second-round pick in 2017 for Pablo Prigioni?"
Yeah, I would do that.
So Stokes went off the board to Utah.
Okay, I like Stokes a lot. Good for him.
I'm happy with Utah's draft if I'm a Jazz fan. I hate the Hood pick, but the XM pick is just winning through the charts. And then, if you say you got
Stokes in the second is good value.
If you pretend you got Stokes 23rd and Hood 35th, it looks a lot better.
Yeah, that's true.
I think Stokes. I think Stokes is going to carve out a niche in the league one way or another. And interestingly, he kind of has a little bit of Millsap equity in my mind. And Utah was a team who drafted Millsap in round 2 to begin with. So
True.
I think it's pretty fitting that they got Stokes too. So at this point,
Oh, apparently, by the way, the Jazz were selecting for the Memphis Grizzlies, so Stokes is actually going to the Grizz.
Oh, Holland, you're killing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now the Bucks are up again. Oh, so my sleepers are getting killed in the 30s. Anderson, yeah. English, KJ, then 2 bad picks by the Cavs and Knicks, and now Stokes. And now all we have left to root for are Dinwiddie, Jokic, and then Micic. Those are my big 3 on the board.
I kind of feel the Raptors will go international again. Let's be honest. You can't top you can't top Cabocla with an NCAA player at this point.
Yeah.
I don't think the Raptors are passing on Dinwiddie. I mean, Dinwiddie or Jokic. You're gonna have to take one or the other, in my opinion.
Wow.
I don't know. This has been kind of a weird draft, so.
Did we figure out where Tyler Ennis is? Is he in Phoenix still?
Apparently a lot of teams are trying to trade for him, but Phoenix actually wants to hold him. So, by the way, the Waj selection, now it's a commercial. I don't know him at all, but Johnny O'Bryant is going to Milwaukee.
Ooh.
Who's Johnny O'Bryant?
He's a guy on LSU. He's kind of like a worse Randall, as far as I can tell. I mean, I don't know that he's bad defensively, but he has like pretty much the same steal and block rates as Randall. He has a really similar physical profile, which is, undersized power forward. I think he has longer arms than Randall, but he's an undersized, bulky power forward.
It doesn't quite rebound like Randall did, though.
Yeah, he doesn't quite rebound, and he's not quite as efficient of a scorer. And he's kind of a chucker. So I think you figure he passes sometimes. So I think you figure, well, trim the fat from the offensive game. He turns it over a lot. He's inefficient. He's turnover prone. So I think you figure trim the offensive fat and see what's there. But
it appears that he plays with. Okay, never mind. That's just a bad picture. It looked like he played with goggles, which I thought was kind of cool, but he doesn't. So never mind.
But for a guy who's like not that good defensively and doesn't have that good tools, just to say, let's see what happens if we trim the offensive fat. I mean, it doesn't sound like the most promising. So I mean, I was kind of like, I could see how he's better than the stats, but it's just. It just seems like you're stretching it a bit too hard if you're drafting him in early round 2. You know what I mean? You kind of seem like a later second round, a kind of an undrafted free agent type. Oh, well, wait, we know who's going 38. You know who Stan Van Gundy's taking?
He's taking Spencer Dinwiddie. I just saw that from Waj, but it didn't say who the Raptors were taking.
Yeah, they didn't say who the Raptors are taking, so I guess the
weird.
Raptors are taking not Dinwiddie. It'd be sick if the Raptors just come in and snipe Dinwiddie.
They saw it on Twitter and like, ha. We saw it with 10 seconds left on Twitter. No worries. You see a hand reaching out from behind the curtain to hand Tatum a new card.
I love the pick of Dinwiddie for the Pistons, by the way. I love it. I think that's great.
That's a great pick.
Yeah. All right, so we have Stokes and then Johnny O'Bryant, and then Dinwiddie at 38, we assume. I mean, Waj is pretty much as trustworthy as it gets.
Yeah, I love in a world with all these rumors that make no sense. Waj is just always right. It's like Chris Broussard has like a 3% right rate, and Waj is just like 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
Sources. Multiple sources. Sorry.
Multiple sources.
Yeah.
But who goes 37th Waj?
All right, here we go.
Bruno Caboclo's evil twin.
Borat Caboclo. No. Oh.
That wasn't bad.
DeAndre Daniels?
Ooh, I don't like that pick at all.
I mean, he was 70th on your board. Basically, you're saying that he doesn't have a niche defensively, and he never passes.
He legitimately never passes. Honestly, I was just shading down all the players who never pass. Because my theory is after watching the Spurs, I want guys who can pass, especially if they're not going to play center. If they're going to play center and protect the rim like DeAndre Jordan or Dwight Howard,
right?
You can make an exception for not passing. But for a guy like Daniels, who's like, he has good length and he can kind of be a stretch forward, except he weighs 195 pounds. So like, what power forward is he going to be? So you figure he's more of a small forward, but he never passes. You can't play small forward and have a 3.6% assist rate.
Right.
So it's kind of like, it's more like sort of a niche problem for me. Like, he can shoot, he can score, he's long, he probably has, he had a good block rate for a wing. He could,
by the way, real quick, the Pistons, pick is coming through with Dinwiddie, but then we've got the Sixers again, part of their second round draft party, which is awesome. And then we get to follow it up with the Minnesota Timberwolves. So I am at the edge of my seat for these two picks.
All right.
Personally, I'm probably gonna live pod up until 44. That's the Minnesota Timberwolves' other second rounder, and then I think I'm gonna call it quits.
I think
That sounds
that's
like a good plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that way we get five more picks out of this draft.
By the way, we might have been joined by a special guest star.
Oh,
For the end of the pod.
I heard Riley in the background.
Yeah, no, she's here now. So
Yeah.
she loves drafts.
So
She loves
Right
drafts and eating cardboard. Anyway,
It's a good combination.
So Philly has to go international here, right?
I mean, they actually have a lot of roster openings because they didn't have much guaranteed money, but at the same time, they have so many second rounders. It's strange,
I mean,
you know.
it just looks like everybody who's good on the board is international. But you know what I like kind of for Philly in the second round is because Michael Carter Williams is such a big point guard. There
Well,
are
here we
a
go.
lot of
We're getting the pick.
we could take Russ.
Oh, Jeremy Grant. Yeah, as far as value, he slipped a lot, but I didn't. Dean, you and I talked a while. Neither of us had him anywhere in the first round. I think at this point it's probably an okay pick, right?
Yeah, I had him I think I had him right around here. I had him 38th on my final big board. So I don't know. I mean, it just seems like his skill level's so bad. But I mean, he's athletic and his box score stats weren't terrible. So it's like, it's fine to take him here for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think he's hopeless, but I mean, it's just to me, it's kind of like, how's he going to fit in skill-wise is the big question.
Right. As far as your draft board, it appears your best by far is Nikola Jokic.
And then Vasilije Mihic.
Yeah, thank you for pronouncing it because I was going to struggle now.
Sure. I did not pronounce it.
Yeah, and then Javon McRae. Those are the three guys, and Kendrick Perry, I suppose, and then Walter Tavares rounding out your first rounders, and then Glenn Robinson, who actually hasn't been taken either. So those are the guys that that are on board, right? I mean, am I? By the way, do you think the guy I'm rooting for? Do you think Xavier Thames has a chance of going at the end of the second?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Has our friend Mr. Petty been asking you about what you thought about Xavier Thames?
He probably has.
Yeah,
but,
no, he's been he was messaging me. So
yeah, he's asking me. He was asking me if I should be mad that Chad Ford had him behind Aaron Kraft.
So
I have them as close, but
related to our interests, the early news out of Albuquerque has Jabari Parker as the potential number 1 pick in the HBB draft. So just throw that out there. Yeah.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah.
Speed.
All right, we got the pick coming up. That probably makes sense, right?
I wonder what kind of prop I could get on Glenn Robinson III having a better NBA player career than Zach LaVine.
I mean, probably because they did the same thing.
Yeah.
They did the same thing last year with Gorgie Jang and Shabazz Muhammad, where like Gorgie Jang is just seems like such an obviously better prospect, but they took him later than Shabazz.
I loved Gorgie Jang last year. Like he was like when I liked the Trey Burke trade because I would have been fine with them taking Jang at the pick where they got Burke, and then they got a free Shabazz Muhammad out of it, and Flea wearing a T-shirt. Anyway,
I mean, the draft was just so bad that you can't really complain. But
all right, so where are the picks we have on deck? We have Denver.
Denver,
Atlanta.
Houston, Atlanta, Minnesota.
yeah, so we're rounding out these four picks, and then there's a quarter of the draft where we're gonna bid our farewell. But I'm excited to see who the Timberwolves grab with their other second. So Nath wants to know what we think the Rockets should do at 42. Since that's coming up, we may as well talk about it.
I mean,
what do you think?
international. Just take any international. Jokic or Micic, if either of them is there, just take them and run.
Actually, Micic isn't actually a bad shout for them, just because they're they are kind of they have odd point guard position at the very least.
What about Walter Tavares?
Well, I don't think it makes sense if you have Capella and Dwight to try to take another guy who's just a rim protector.
Yeah, but like you stash him, he hones his game. You can bring him over in the future, especially
And
if
it's
Capella doesn't pan out. I don't
yeah,
know.
I mean, it's basically another lottery ticket alongside Capella, right?
Yeah, that's the way I would think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you put it that way, it's fine. He's a fine gamble in round 2. Walter, he seems pretty Ashikish. Complete zero offensively, but he rebounds.
Who
He hits
you
key
calling
defenses.
calling a sheekish? I mean, we've obviously been doing this too long. My pun game is about to go to
Well,
11.
Considering we're just shy of 4 hours, I think
Oh,
that.
the Nuggets took Jokic at 41. It says on the crawl.
So the Nuggets have actually
wow.
really had a great draft, huh?
Well, they have been going hard on internationals.
Well, and I mean, it's like I said, like between them and the Suns were the teams that had like the few that had many picks and not so many present roster spots. So, and they, I don't really love what Phoenix did, and between and I can't even remember names.
They got
anymore. It was
Ennis.
so long ago.
They got T.J. Warren.
T.J. Warren, yeah.
Warren, Ennis, and who was their late first round pick? They took somebody weird. Was it Bogdan? Yeah, it was
Yeah,
Bogdan.
Bogdan.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I'm surprised that they only came. I like that actually. That's
What just happened?
The Rockets took Nick Johnson. I forgot about him.
Ooh, I like Nick Johnson.
Yeah, I like that.
I wanted Philly to take Nick Johnson though, because Nick Johnson is the perfect Michael Carter Williams pairing. Because he's just a 3-and-D shooting guard who's in a point guard body, and Michael Carter Williams is a pointing guard and a shooting guard body.
Yeah.
You just pair them together and everything works perfectly.
But Nick Johnson's also is an A+ athlete, right? Like he's small.
Well, he's a defender, right? Like the dude can defend, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what he is. He was one of the best defensive players in college, and he's really athletic. And I think he's great to play next to Harden too, because Harden is kind of the guy you run your offense through. And, Nick Johnson could kind of be another Patrick Beverly type for them.
Yeah.
I think in your mock, you actually had him going to the Rockets a while back when we were talking. I think in a previous podcast, we talked about him going to the Rockets.
Yeah. And he was the guy there was one guy I was trying to remember who I was thinking, who else I like? And Nick Johnson was that guy. So I think that I like that pick a lot for Houston.
So, Nath, you should be happy.
Yeah, I mean he also seems like he's a gamer, and that's not to get too soft, but it seems like as a guy who's going to come in and really be like to have that competitiveness that you kind of want to see. That's kind of what a guy drafted this late needs to make the roster and make any kind of contribution.
Yeah, definitely. I think both of the Arizona guys, Johnson and Gordon, they both are competitive. They're both athletic. They both play hard defensively. Like, Arizona had an amazing defense this year. And I think Johnson and Gordon, it wasn't because of rim protection. It was just because they just contained penetration, amazingly. So I think Johnson and Gordon get a ton of credit for that.
So we can start talking about who we've liked and not liked, like whose drafts we've liked and not liked.
I wouldn't mind. I mean, you guys feel free to vote me down here, but if we do that in a follow-up at some later date where we have the full draft done and we know all the trades that are finalized,
that's fair.
Especially, I don't know about you guys, but I need compression after so many hours of this. So, it's a sort of thing like, it's been good, but
it's been real, it's been fun. You can't say it's been real fun.
Yeah, well, that's been pretty fun. But so it's the sort of thing we'll pretty much go to the next commercial break because that will take us through the Minnesota pick.
Yeah, and we need the Minnesota pick is for the lulz.
Exactly. I'm really hoping it delivers, either good or bad.
Who would even be the
lulziest pick?
I mean, probably Jahi, because they already have J.J. Barea. Or do they still have J.J. Barea?
J.J. Barea might be included. If that's what they need to do to also make Golden State take Zach LaVine along with Kevin Love for Harrison Barnes and Klay Thompson or whatever Flip has negotiated that deal down to now.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I think.
All right, here we go. We got the selection. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So they get another stash away, another
Yeah.
foreign big. They've really been going all out with foreign. I mean, I'm assuming they're bringing Nogueira over to play backup center this year, right?
I mean, what did Nogueira do? The last I really heard about Nogueira or Bebe is that he like basically got shut down for 3 months because of knee tendonitis, which doesn't strike me as the best sign.
He got hurt, yeah.
Yeah. No, it wasn't even an injury. It was like
Precautionary or something.
he had sore knees. Like he didn't hurt himself. He had sore knees.
Hmm.
Yeah, but that was kind of early in last season, so I didn't check in on him again.
Yeah, I don't know. My understanding was it was an injury, but if you're telling me it was just precautionary, then that's even news to me.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, he could never play a minute in the NBA, and he still probably wouldn't have been a bad pick at that point, mid-first for last year's draft.
Yeah, last year's draft, right? and again, he's no. I can't even remember his name anymore.
Anthony Bennett,
Bruno
maybe?
Cabocla.
Oh, Bruno Cabocla. Yeah. Mr. Relevant.
Yeah.
Walter is huge.
I'm just gonna keep saying Bruno Cabocla.
Bruno Cabocla. By the way, in fantasy, you better believe I'm drafting one Bruno
Bruno
Cabocla.
Cabocla.
a future Kevin Durant. How can I not draft him for fantasy?
I'm gonna like that. That might be the thing I say to Riley to get her to laugh at me. Is I just get right in her face and say Bruno Cabocla. Bruno Cabocla.
That sounds like something the kids would really laugh at.
Yeah. Well, no, she's smiling at me, and Nat, that's still my child, bastard.
All right, so I'm saying I want the Wolves to draft either Jahi Carson because he's the next Berea at best, or DeAndre King because he's like 25 years old, and just drafting a 25-year-old.
Well, but they're drafting him because they're going to bring Fred Hoiberg in and something.
Oh, of course. That would
Yeah.
make it even better.
I actually like the Walter Tavares' highlights a lot.
Yeah.
He's definitely a massive human being.
Yeah. The problem is if DeAndre Kane was a couple years younger, I wouldn't hate him. Like, he's a guy who I expect to. I wouldn't be surprised if he made someone's roster as an undrafted free agent. Like, put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, if DeAndre King was like 22 instead of 25, like,
Yeah.
if we're talking about it as a legitimate prospect, but 25, it's like, he's like, by the time he's like up to speed with the NBA, he's already washed up.
Yeah, and at his second contract is going to be when, assuming he like sticks, the second contract is going to be when he's 28 and has been a career backup, and then so who knows? Someone CJ Fair, can he do anything at the NBA level, or is he a classic?
You know what?
Player?
Hold on. I before they actually make the pick, because it's in. The most lull pick would be the Ohio point guard.
Aaron Kraft.
Yes, if they take Aaron Kraft, that's who I want them to take.
Yeah,
actually, CJ Fair's a great call. CJ Fair would be a lull pick in my mind. CJ Fair would be a really lull pick. Aaron Kraft would be lull too, although he did crack like my 70th or whatever.
But still.
Oh, they sold the pick to Brooklyn for $1 million.
Well, you know what? I actually kind of like that. That's good for Brooklyn, right?
Yeah, I mean, who are they taking?
For Markel Brown.
Well, you could do worse. In Cleveland, selecting Dwight Powell at 45. I like Dwight Powell. Dwight Powell's a good pick at 45.
That's a way to help your team next year, Flip. TJ Levine and sell the pick for $1 million. Good job, good effort.
Markel Brown, definitely athleticism. I mean, in the combine, he stood out. I think he slipped a little bit. Definitely a reasonable pick. I guess Brooklyn needed some. Yeah. Brooklyn needed some young legs. So, wow, he's explosive at the minimum.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. What do you think?
Are you talking about
For Markel Brown.
Oh yeah, Marco. Yeah, he's fine. He can jump, he can pass, he can shoot. He's just kind of undersized and really not that good. But I mean, you can do worse in the middle of the second round. He's a good enough flyer.
Yeah, I guess the market value buying it for $1 million. That seems pretty expensive for this like a mid second.
Yeah, but it's that Russian oil money though. So it's like monopoly chips.
True. So we're going to commercial. I think that this is a good time to end. I guess we'll do a total recap and proceed as far as the winners and losers once trades have been finalized and we have a stronger idea of Bruno Cabocla. um, but my friends, I'll give you guys both individually kind of final say. Seth, you have any comment?
Bruno Cabocla. No, I mean, I think again we see that it's not necessarily a structural problem as it is. The rich teams get richer because they deserve to be richer because they're smarter.
Kyle
You know?
Anderson, baby.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so that's me signing off with my old hobby horse.
All right, and Mr. Dean.
I just think the draft is just crazy. Like, I think I was just surprised. I was surprised a lot more than I expected. And yeah, I mean, I just feel like this just reinforces just how subjective it is and how much nuance there is and just how hard it is to just really predict it. And, like, if Danny Ings likes James Young, I'm on board with James Young. I mean, I don't think it was a good pick, but, like, I'm prepared to, root for him. Like, I'm excited to root for James Young. Did you see his dunk in the championship game?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess so. I mean, even still, though, whatever. As Celtics fans, we'll break down our total thoughts there. We have one final Twitter question, which was basically a late listener who tuned in was asking about Dougie McDermott. So he wanted to say he wanted to ask us if there's any chance he succeeds in the NBA. So round table, Seth and Dean, any chance at all?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he can shoot, he can score. And he's got decent size for a wing at least. And he seems to have the smarts to maybe be crafty enough in a JJ Redick sort of way to be he'll be bad defensively, but maybe he'll be bad enough such that you get enough offense such that he's worth keeping on the court and he's a solid rotation player. So I don't think he's drawing dead to be useful in the NBA. I just don't think he has that home run upside that justifies a lottery pick by any stretch of the imagination. And that's what I'm all about, the home run upside. And he also does have some bust risk too.
Seth?
Yeah, no, it's hard to disagree with that. I mean, I think there's definitely room in the NBA for. I mean, the fact that we're now realizing that defense is important actually means that in some ways, kind of quote offense only guys who aren't total disasters on defense actually maybe are a little bit underrated because you got a guy who comes in with the second unit can shoot, can play, can guard the other team's fifth option. You can get away with that and be a useful player. But I think I kind of have to agree with Dean that his star potential. I mean, his star potential is like Wally Szczerbiak's star potential, and Wally Szczerbiak was never actually that good. He was a good player.
He got paid a lot of money, but
yeah. But I mean, I think that people would have a better understanding now of Wally Szczerbiak was a useful kind of above average rotation piece, but not any kind of actual star.
Can I? All right, before we can actually officially end, I know that we're elongating everything, but this is just because it's not even a waj bomb, but it's important. Is that apparently the Sixers drafted Russ Smith with their next pick, and he immediately has been swapped for Pierre Jackson, who tore up the D League. Yes.
Come on.
Yup. So now, yeah, exactly. Russ Smith going to New Orleans to play backup. And that's a. I know it might not to viewers. It might not seem like a big trade, but that actually did.
That's hinky crushing. I'm sorry.
It really is.
That's he's buying out of the one bad part of the holiday deal.
Yep.
Because Jackson went to New Orleans in the Noel for holiday swap.
Yep. Wow. All right. I'm at my end. We've got, just more than 10 picks left. I'm going to watch it without a headset on, thankfully. Yeah. So thanks a lot, guys, and have a good night.
Yeah, later.
See you guys
Thanks
later.